I love a buttered biscuit.
Dropped a grumpy, pardon the term, onto the bed.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and squirrels from all around the world. My gosh, it is almost that time. I'm celebrating the Christmas cheer with the stupid hat. Yeah. It's like a lawn gnome or something like that. It's very
Nice.
erect. It's very erect.
I had one up until about a couple days ago.
What'd you do?
What did I
Beat someone
do?
with it? Beat
I
someone
mean,
with
what
it?
did Zeus do?
Did Zeus think it was a chew
He got
toy?
to it, yeah.
Humped it and all that kind of stuff.
No, he wrecked it.
Gotta love it. Gotta love puppies. Oh my
But-
gosh. Look at this. Look at this group we got here. We got Snafu showing in, Veilhammer, and Christine. Good to see you. All the fine folks just hanging out, ready for day 10. Are you ready for day 10? Are you ready for Christmas? What do you got going on for Christmas?
Just family coming over.
It should be good.
Am I ready for it? No, because it's going to be loud as fuck. I don't like loudness, but
Am I too loud for you?
no.
I'll make you really loud. Yeah. Giggity.
No, they just. I think I've explained it before. Middle Eastern voices are just really loud. It's like, why are you all yelling?
It's the alcohol.
They don't even need alcohol. They're just naturally loud. That's why I got my mom. So for Christmas, I got my mom a hat that says, "I'm not yelling. I'm just a Syrian," because I thought it would be funny as fuck to give to her.
Hell yeah. That would be hilarious just to see the look on her face.
Yeah.
Bye with
I
your
mean, if
brown.
you don't hear from me for like a couple days after Christmas, she killed me.
Well, you probably won't see me after Christmas anyway, because I'll be out of town. So, I mean, I may show up, but it's hard to tell. But
Yeah,
we got this guy.
I don't know.
Yeah, neither do I. I don't know
Good to see
anything.
you, brother. How you doing?
I'm pretty good. How are you guys?
Good, good. You feeling well?
Yeah.
You sound
Just
tired.
kicking it. I mean, I'm always tired, but that's because it was a long day. But
wasn't it though? It's like Wednesday.
Yeah, I just have a lot of stuff that I'm trying to wrap up for the end of the year, and I just keep finding more. So, yeah, but it's all good.
Do what my wife and I do. We prioritize what we have to wrap up. She actually says she's got 3 running lists right now.
Yeah. Well, all my stuff is work stuff, so I don't have anything
hers
else
is
going
work
on.
stuff, personal stuff, all that kind of crap. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, woman.
I don't have any personal stuff.
You have no life.
I don't. I have like something going on tomorrow, and that's literally it. Like, and that's just because I'm getting furniture tomorrow. Oh, and I bought myself a present.
Oh, really?
What did you get?
I bought a Taylor custom shop guitar that I've been looking for 23 years.
Nice. Well, Merry Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
Merry Christmas to you, brother.
Yes, it is fucking gorgeous.
Yeah.
Wait, did you get it in yet or not yet?
I get it tomorrow.
Oof. That's exciting, man. That's
yes.
exciting.
it is.
You gonna do an unboxing?
I don't know if I'll do an unboxing, but I will definitely share pictures or something.
See, that's how
Because
you do your unboxing.
it is.
You like
It
have
is
the
just
camera showing just the paper, but not you. Like
yeah,
opening the whole thing up and
because
tearing it
you know how this stuff works, right? Like, because I have to let it sit for like somewhere between 12 and 24 hours because it has to acclimate to the temperature and all this stuff, and it's just, yeah.
Mhm.
So it's like I'm gonna be sitting looking at this damn box for like a day. Yeah, it's okay.
That's exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you got Friday, Saturday. Do the
and I'm
unboxing.
off on Friday too. So hey, and I have Monday and Tuesday off. So it's a long weekend with a new toy.
So my niece and nephew, I finally got the part to fix my my 3D printer. So I'm
Ooh.
testing it out to make sure that everything's working. And this is
Mhm.
what I printed out here.
A turtle.
Well, look, it's got little eyes on it.
Mm-hmm.
Its little legs move, rotate, and its little head folds up, and
I love that.
yep.
And it's
So
broke.
no, so the color on it, that's a mixture of
Yeah,
like
yeah.
5 different colors all together. So
That's
its
cool.
little legs move, and then the colors on it, like there's the black that's in between here is a separate
Mhm.
color. So everything sort of lines up, and then his little eyes,
Yeah.
like looks like he's gonna kill something. They're all red with black right in the center of it. And so these are the little babies. And on the other ones, so I made a pair of them because there's 2 littles. Oops.
Hmm.
So there's 2 littles, so I made a pair of them, and then I made a pair of larger ones. And on the underside, because I can sort of paint it in the slicer software, I've got
Mhm.
like their initials in there
Oh, that's
with
cool.
2023. So the bigger ones will take about 24 hours to print out, and they'll be done by the time I'm ready to head out of town.
Mhm.
And it'll be like a little stocking stuffer for the littles. You know,
Yeah.
they're what, 4 and 5 now, and
Mm.
I was like, oh, that's like perfect little thing.
Perfect age.
And,
Yeah.
and I can also test out the printer to make sure that it's working,
Yeah.
you know, and getting all the colors working.
Yeah.
It took me about a day to figure out what was wrong with the printer, because it failed the second time. Not even a third into the way that into the print. And whenever it failed, I was like, all right, I gotta really troubleshoot this. And I haven't had any problems with it. I replaced on the underside, it has a sensor that checks the temperature of the bed. And I think the wires in it had damaged just because the movement of the bed bends those wires and damaged them. So,
Yeah, the movement of the bed usually bends those wires.
well, we'll see. We'll see if that takes care of it. Whenever I get back, I'll be able to print MLS's David MLS. We'll
Mhm.
get
His
his
head.
thing printed out. Yeah,
Mhm.
his head. Get his head printed out.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, girl, how you doing? Good to see you. Long weekend with the new toy.
Mhm. That's what she said.
Tell me about it, Kevin. I know where your mind's at.
Mhm.
No, so yeah, we're leaving to go out of town on Friday. And the print that I just started is going to take about 24 hours, and they're about 4 times the size of this. So they'll be like that big.
Mm.
But
Mhm.
I did a couple of variations on it to get the print time down and make them work a little bit better. Looks like he's trying to like do something to himself. Oh,
Yeah.
but I think the littles will like it. You know,
The
it's pretty.
littles.
Yeah,
I
that's
love
what
the
we'll call
name, the
them.
littles.
They are little.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's just funny. The littles.
Yeah.
I heard another name that I thought was funny, and I don't remember what it was now.
Crotch
What,
Wasn't
goblin.
for-
rats?
It wasn't for kids though. It was for something
Crotch
else.
goblins. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Crotch goblins?
Yeah. 'Cause they're little crotch goblins.
Yep.
Because the goblins crawled out of the crotch.
They're
Mhm.
the ones. They're the ones that survived.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just think, Mom would have swallowed you and be here.
Yeah. Or, as you mentioned earlier, if you just wrap it.
Doesn't matter. You wouldn't be here if your mother had swallowed.
The fruit of the loins. Yes.
We love the littles. They're awesome little ones.
I can't
Absolutely
remember
adorable.
what that was now. It's gonna drive me crazy what that thing was that I heard. I don't remember, but
Oh no. So you guys ready for this? Is chat
Oh,
ready for
yeah.
oh look, Haley has 3 crotch compliments.
Hey Haley, good
Well?
to see you. You got 3 crotch goblins. That's awesome. Or if Daddy shot on your mama's pillow. I love Gutter Girl. She's got it. She's got it. She knows. If she would have taken it to the face instead of just
Like
saying.
Jody, like Miss Arias.
Jody.
Yes,
Ah,
like Jody, who
Oh,
wanted it on the
shit.
face.
yeah.
No, Crouch Goblin is
Did
not
she
as
end up
exciting.
getting
No,
did she end up
it's-
getting pink eye after that?
Jody? No.
Yeah.
She ended up getting life in prison.
Well, I heard if you get it in your eye, you get pink eye.
it's not true.
Well, wouldn't that be white eye?
Well, it depends on how hard it comes out.
Yeah, I think that's usually associated with something else. I've not heard that, but yeah, I don't have to worry about it, so I'm not really super concerned.
Just accept the pearl necklace.
Yes, something like that.
Yeah, we totally derailed it before it even got
Ooh,
started.
yes. We haven't. Yeah, I was gonna say we haven't even started yet. But hey, that's what I'm here for. I'm here for the derailing.
We'll put on the subtitles so that way people can read along with it. Why does it say that it's off? English. There we go. Because those are always funny.
Oh,
Playback
yeah,
speed.
that playback speed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to make it go too fast, but I want to make
Well,
it
then
go
you
fast.
talk a little slow in Virginia.
You fucking talk a little slower. I would be moving
Yes.
at a snail's pace. Or like a turtle, just creeping along. Hope audio's working.
Oh, hey, there we go. We have a testimonial from Gutter Bub. She has been shot in the eye. He's never gotten pink eye. Oh, there you go.
Just saying. I don't know. Maybe you just need more practice.
Jesus.
Oh my. Start out the day with silliness. Is this the day that Amber gets up there?
No, they got. Have you talked to the guy in the car yet? I don't
Oh
know what
no.
time it was. Yeah, we
No.
get the car guy because that guy was funny as hell.
Oh yeah, he was sitting there hitting his vape.
Yeah.
Look at Ben Jew with that pinstripe suit.
So Comer, well, okay. So she doesn't get pink eye, but apparently it hurts like hell. So Comer, crotch goblins are not as exciting as they sound. All the fun is getting there.
Yep. And of course, Vasquez is up there whenever you say that.
Well,
All right, are we ready for the jury then? Yes.
We've been ready. Jesus Christ, 5 minutes in, you still haven't got the jury.
yeah, it's all about the journey.
What about the jury? For whatever reason, their volume is a little low all the time.
I doubt it.
No more confessions tonight.
I doubt it.
I like it. I like those
Good morning,
confessions.
ladies and gentlemen. All right, your next witness.
Yes, good morning, Your
It's
Honor.
just you and me.
Mr.
There ain't
Depp
nobody
calls
else here.
Officer Tyler
Yeah.
Haddon, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
Tell me
the
all
first
your-
part of the
all your
testimony you will
stories.
hear is questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and then we'll let you know when Mr. Depp's counsel takes over the question.
All right, thank you. My deposition. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. It does hurt. Like, what was it? Oh, it's more about the journey. Yeah, you just have to look your
Please
way
state
there.
your name and your business address.
Tyler Haddon, 1546 West Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Los Angeles, California.
Let me
What
guess,
is
it's
your
not a nice
occupation?
part of town.
I'm a police officer for the city of Los Angeles.
And
Oh,
how
the
long
other
have you
cop.
been a police
Jesus.
officer with the city of Los Angeles?
Approximately 5.5 years.
Did you serve in any law enforcement capacity prior to coming to the LAPD?
It's our secret.
That's our secret.
When you said approximately 5.5 years, do you recall approximately you started employment with the
Tell me.
LAPD?
It's okay, got her.
Approximately November of 2015.
Did you attend the police academy prior to November 2015, or did you attend it after you became employed by the LAPD
Your
in
Honor, could-
November of 2015?
Could we turn
I
that
began the
volume?
academy in 2015, that November.
That volume's a little loud. Thank you.
No, it's not. God damn it.
And how long were you with the academy?
You just don't like the sound of your own voice right off. Don't worry,
And
none
when
of us
did
do
you
either.
Start as a patrol officer. with
Oh, he
the
looks like a
LAPD?
poster boy from the
6
1940s.
months after
You know
November.
what I mean?
Can you recall your date when you started patrol?
I don't know. I
I don't
didn't
recall the
look at
exact date,
poster
no.
boys
And that
in
was
the
in May, end of
1940s.
May of 2016.
For a certain thing that happened in the 30s and 40s.
And was the first
Oh,
training officer that you worked with on patrol Melissa Simons?
Question, when did you first
I mean, did you not see that?
assigned to you?
it don't
I'm not
make
sure
any
the
sense
exact
to me.
Approximately when?
Approximately 3 months into working patrol. So maybe during the summertime.
The summer of 2016?
That always made me worried whenever people said that their pronouns were Z, zer. I'm like, you know, they use those words in a certain little town where this guy had like a little mustache. Is just saying.
Correct.
I don't think they thought about it that deeply.
Melissa Science,
Uh,
did your
No.
I don't think about much
did
very
Officer
deeply.
Science have body
This is
skills?
true.
I try not to.
I worked there.
How much training did you have on domestic violence while you were at the academy?
I trained
I don't
really
recall the
hard
exact
and
amount of time.
I am really
Approximately
good
how
at it.
20 hours, approximately.
So just to make sure that I understand, because we had a few disjointed
Bad
questions
question.
answered. So it was your understanding as of May 2016 that if you answered a call for domestic violence and there was evidence of a crime, even if the victim did not want to press charges, that you had to take a report. Is that correct?
If there's evidence of a crime, yes.
So
So if there's
your
no
best
evidence of a
recollection
crime,
today
you
is that
dumb
you
woman.
had been
Hmm.
on patrol as a probationary officer somewhere between a week and 3 weeks before answering the May 21, 2016 domestic violence call at Eastern Columbia Building. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any of the other incidents that you reported to that evening of May 21st, 2016?
No.
At all? Any part of them?
Nope.
Nope.
So this was new for you working with Officer Science. Is that correct?
Correct.
Officer Science.
So the officer, then
I know.
you would.
Subtitles are
Officer Science,
amazing.
Is that fair? if you could just describe to me what your understanding of Officer Science role was to you as your training officer in May 2016.
We have the same
To
hat.
Teach me and guide me on how to become
Yo.
complete the duties of being a law enforcement officer.
Officer Haddon, under your understanding of the LAPD rules in 2016, if a victim of domestic violence said that the altercation was only verbal, would that require you to write a report?
No.
Okay.
Ooh, no.
Now, I'm
Mhm.
going to ask you to take a look at the first page of what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 1. It's Haddon number. It's actually number
Let's
3.
see what it says. Incident initiated. They came in, they showed up, stacked incident. They give the address, verified husband left, location, advised verbal, dispute and refused to give any further info, issue bus card. Business card, that's what it is. It's like, why would they give her a bus card? Couldn't she just drive herself?
Well, they didn't. There wasn't actually a crime because she's a smooth criminal.
Secondhand female NYPD female declined, called and advised her friend was involved in a domestic dispute. Suspect Johnny Heard. That's messed up right there.
Yeah, Johnny Heard.
Suspect is Johnny Heard. That's so messed up. Advised her friend was involved in a domestic dispute. Johnny, 53 years old, brown hair, brown eyes.
Go, Johnny, go, go.
5'11", because any stacked incident, blah blah blah. So nothing spectacular there.
My apologies.
Go, Johnny,
And
go.
this is an
go.
incident recall. What is your understanding?
Johnny
of
V
what this
Heard.
document is, Officer Haddon?
It's essentially what is given to us on our computer
And what do you mean is given to us on our computer?
in our car.
That's what it says on our computer.
Right. So
Bitch.
what happens?
So when we're assigned a radio call, the radio call comes to our computer in our car, and this is what we see on our screen. But
He
in
goes
a
beep,
different
boop, beep,
format.
boop, beep, boop.
Now, how was this particular call characterized by the dispatch,
Do
at
this.
least initially?
Initially, it was dispatched as a domestic radio call.
And what does domestic radio call mean to you?
That there's some type of, whether it's
Terrorist.
disagreement all the way up to a violent crime that's occurred between two people that are in some type of relationship or have some children in common.
So, Officer Haddon, this comes out into the system, and it's accessible by all of the LAPD black and whites that are on patrol that night, correct?
Comes into the
Yes,
system,
when I was
huh?
logged in and working that night,
Mhm.
I could look up any
Were you?
division's radio call.
Did you just tag me in Shizzy's chat to see if I'm paying attention or not?
Yes.
No, Nikki said, "Hey, lady up top, I can't see your name, but hey." And I was just saying,
Oh.
"Your name is Jessica Reloaded."
So,
Oh,
at
I'm like, wait,
8:47
what?
Yeah.
37 seconds p.m. Your vehicle was en route to 849 South Broadway.
Oh,
I was
lady on
reading.
top
Do
is
you recall how
I
far
was
away you
reading
were?
an article.
I do not recall.
Mm.
And then it says primary unit PD 1A1-W3.
Hi,
What
Nikki.
is that?
Good to see you.
That's my call assignment. So the
I'll be
PD
back. I gotta
police
go
department,
shut the
111
rat
is my
dog
car
up.
assignment.
He's
W3
barking.
means I work watch 3.
Then we have at 20:57, which is 8:57 p.m. That is AS. What does that mean?
At scene. Like
I
we're
mean,
there.
as fuck.
All right. So you,
think.
so you arrived at the scene at
Yeah.
8:57 p.m. Correct?
Correct.
What did you do then?
Guilty.
We
AF.
to the location.
I just think it's so funny that Elaine is treating these cops like they're idiots.
Anything that
Like,
you did
they do this
before you
every
got to
day.
the penthouse?
oh yeah.
We walked in.
Like,
and
even as a whatever, he was a
just
trainee or
showed us
something at the
where the elevator
time.
was.
Like,
Did you
I'm
do
sure he'd
anything
been on
else?
enough calls over the first couple of weeks that he was on the
But your best
job.
recollection is that you
It's
went
like,
in, you talked
he
to
knows the
security,
score.
And then
Yeah, he
you
knows what's going
went
on.
on an elevator, is that right?
Yes.
Also, he knows
Do you
whenever
recall
somebody's
what time you
bull-
arrived at the
bullshitting them,
apartment?
you know,
Yeah.
and saying
No, I don't.
saying things that are not true.
Then your next entry
Yeah.
here is
I mean,
21.
despite the fact that you should never talk to cops.
So that
like,
would be
they're not
9:22
dumb.
p.m.,
Most of them aren't
57
dumb.
seconds.
Well, you should
Yeah.
talk to. Well, here's this misconception that
Sex
people
lock,
have. Oh, you
verified
should never talk
last
to cops.
location.
If you've
Victim
been
advised
injured,
verbal.
You need to
Well,
talk
yeah.
to somebody, let them know that,
That's what we write
X, Y, or Z
when
happens.
we
Yeah,
get the comments
I
on
even
the
think
call, we
Bronco
write happening
gave
in
some
the
advice
call.
that
That's
you
verbatim.
should call 911
Do
and
you recall whether
say
that was you
this
that wrote
happened,
that or
and that's
the
it.
complaints?
I don't
Yeah.
recall who wrote it.
All right. And so you were back in your vehicle by 9:22, is that correct?
Approximately, yeah.
Well, if you wrote this at 9:22, would it be fair to say you were back in your vehicle writing this?
Yes.
Okay.
No, maybe I wrote it the next
Now,
day.
did you take a
Hey,
report?
you woman.
We issued a business card.
I asked, did you take a report?
No,
Why not?
because the victim didn't request a report, and during our investigation, we didn't reveal that we need to take a report.
Yep.
So who decided to use the words victim
Well,
advised?
hello, young.
Well, hello, young.
The
I
whoever created the
love
comments on the call used the
your
word
new
victim.
avatar. It's beautiful.
Whoever gave the comment to the call used the
You know
word
who made
victim.
that, right?
So I don't know who that was.
T-Rex made that.
And I'm even more
pretty
specifically
awesome.
asking who chose the language advised verbal dispute.
It
T-Rex.
was either my
T-Rex
partner
total
or
bro.
I don't recall who.
I love it that he did that for you.
Now, what is the significance of writing down verbal dispute?
We're writing what happened.
It means they had a verbal dispute.
But we
Jesus,
investigation
Elaine.
was-
But you were not present at any time when Ms. Heard.
Correct.
discussed
It's a he said,
whether
she
there
said,
was
and she
any
said they
type
had a
of
verbal dispute.
argument. Is that
There was
correct?
nothing
Was I
about
there?
a physical.
Yes. Was I speaking to her? No.
I believe it was
Was
Limp
there
Bizkit
any
that said it's that
discussion
he said, she
of
said
verbal
bullshit.
argument in your presence
It is.
when you were up in the penthouse?
I mean, how many times have do you think cops run into somebody that's upset of their significant other, boyfriend, girlfriend, husband, wife, doesn't matter, significant other, it could be best friend. That
Probably
person.
7 out of the 8 hours of their shift.
It's not uncommon for you to show up. Doesn't mean that there was any violence. He didn't see any damage to her face, didn't see any damage to her eye, didn't see any damage to anything other than there was just a vocal alteration.
Yeah. But the way she's framing this, right, is so, and it even says there right at the top of the
Yeah.
caption. So she's framing this that like, oh, well, you weren't there in the presence for the verbal argument. It's like, well, no shit. That's usually how it happens. There's usually a dispute, and then the cops are called. Then they show up, and
We're
it's
not
like,
called before the dispute starts.
yeah,
I
it's
mean,
like,
what would be the point in that?
yeah, it's like, but
I'm
if
about
there's,
to start an argument with my husband. Let's call the cops.
yeah,
Can
exactly.
you be here like at 7:30 because that's when we're going to have our argument.
That's when we having a hoedown, or come to Jesus meeting.
Yeah. I mean, it's amazing to me that that Elaine is getting completely destroyed in this.
Mhm.
Like, and she's asking the question, but she's being completely destroyed by the cop. And what he's saying is just like, we
Yeah.
didn't see anything. There was nothing to see. There was nothing to report. That's why we didn't fill a report. I mean, we're
Yeah.
required to sort of explain where we were and why we were there. But
Yeah.
beyond that, if she doesn't file a report, then we do nothing.
Yeah.
If we see that, she's laying on the floor, beaten and broken, then yeah, we're going to file a report. If we see that she's been, punched in the nose and her nose is bleeding and twisted off to one side, we're going to file a report, and we're going to, suggest, we can't make them go. We're going to suggest, seeking, medical attention.
Yeah.
But they're not obligated to do anything. And of course they would fill a report out at that point in time, just asking questions, what happened, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, but even then, like the quote, I know their pictures were staged. We know that, right? But even if
Yeah.
they saw like what little, like the plant or something that was knocked over, whatever insignificant thing that it was,
Doesn't mean anything.
it's like, yeah, because they have a bunch of people over. So because you have a bunch of people over, she's probably going to get knocked over and stuff. Like because it looks like you're having a party.
Yeah.
It's like, so it's just the way she's framing this whole thing is just, it's just bizarre.
Well, and
'Cause you
also
would think that she would
looks
know
bad.
better.
It looks bad for her too, because it
Yeah.
looks like she has no clue. she's trying to make something out of nothing, and it's just stupid.
But she's bought wholesale into it though, so that's why it's like it just
silly Bredehoff.
I was investigating.
Not that I recall.
And you did not hear Ms. Heard say that it was only a verbal dispute, correct?
I did not.
There you
Now,
go. Stop
I asked you a
asking
little
questions.
earlier if it's a verbal dispute, whether that triggers having to write a report.
No,
And you indicated that it does not. Am I accurately characterizing that?
correct. We said
Okay.
it
Now,
multiple
here,
times.
in addition to the victim advised verbal dispute, it says and refused to give any further information. You see that?
Yeah.
Question,
There you
okay,
go.
So if the victim does not want to press charges and advises that it's a verbal dispute, then that would not trigger you writing a report. Is that your understanding of LAPD?
Policies and procedures on domestic violence at that time.
Correct. There were other circumstances that were also within this incident as well.
What do you mean by that?
During our investigation, we had other reasons to believe that this was true.
Oh,
I'm sorry, during your investigation, you had other reasons to believe what was true.
That it was a verbal dispute.
oh, there you go.
What did you have during your investigation that created in your mind evidence that it was only a verbal dispute?
After discussing the investigation with my partner at the scene, the Ms. Heard refused any medical treatment and had no visible injuries. There was no sign of struggle, and the victim, or sorry, correction, the witness that was there that I spoke with was uncooperative as well.
Anything else?
How fucking
At this
hard is
time, that's
that?
all.
Okay. Now, you recall
Does not look bad on them.
seeing that Ms. Heard was in
Yeah.
tears and was crying and red-faced. Would you agree?
Correct. From a distance.
Crying and red faced.
No.
Yeah.
From a distance, Ms. Heard was in tears, crying,
from a
and had red face, correct?
distance.
Correct.
Why did you issue a business card?
It's part of our policy. We're supposed to issue a business card.
Yeah.
And it shows that we are there and completed an investigation. And
Like,
if
give me a call.
she would like us to
Give me
come
a
back,
call.
we offered that
me a
assistance that
call.
we can come back at another
Call me,
time
Amber.
if she feels like
Just
she
dial
wants to
me
come
up.
back.
Just,
Did you take
It
any
just-
notes at all?
I'll be right over there.
No, but
Notes during the time that you were investigating this call?
no,
I'll be your
Did you
white
take any
knight
notes after
shiny
you got
armor.
back down to your car about
Mhm.
the call?
no,
Did you take any pictures?
no,
Did you record anything?
no,
Would it be fair to say that on 5/21/2016,
I'll be your
9:22
personal cop.
PM, you and
There you
your
go.
training officer, Science,
Call
considered
1-800
this
Hot
incident closed?
Love.
I said yes, that is correct. At that
For a
time,
good time.
we
Call
pressed
VLAN
enter and the call went off my screen, meaning it was completed.
4.
Did you ever have anything come
Mention
up on your
1.
screen again relating to this incident that
Is
evening?
3, 4,
Not that I recall.
5.
At the time that you closed out this incident on your screen at
We'll talk
9:22 on
dirty to you all night
5/21/2016,
long for only
did you know
$1.99 a
that this
minute.
call
First 5
involved
minutes
Johnny Depp?
free.
No,
Did you, at the time that you closed this?
But I'll
out on your
talk
screen,
real slow.
Did you recognize Amber Heard?
That's
no, I have no idea what she does.
And is it fair to say that you considered these people to be, quote, just citizens, end of quote?
That's correct.
not
Do you have any
love
communications
with
at all with Officer Gatlin or his patrol partner the night of May
Don't get
21st,
excited. Come on,
2016?
VLAN.
No, not that I recall.
So the next thing we're going to go.
Do what?
Did that. He got really excited when I did that. Oh, what did they skip over? And something extra problem in the area, loitering. Oh, so he had a bunch of other calls. I mean,
Mhm.
geez. So I was looking at this. It's like, so here's his stuff. Okay. And then, so not even a little bit later, he's going here. Well, let's just hit play from here. So just watch. You'll see how many pages he goes through. And this is just part of his shift.
Thing we're going to go to.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Wait,
6, 7.
What is
7 pages
the
what
CAD
is
summary,
going
which said,
on?
of where he has been. 7 pages of where he's been throughout the night.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's just like No evidence of a loud party. Checked employee, accidental only. Possible suspect. Flag down. Kept peace for dispute. Another dispute. Another dispute. 1, 2, 3, 4. At least 5 disputes. There's a lot of
Page 12 of
disputing.
exhibit number.
Yeah.
And this is a CAD
YouTube
summary
chat is
report,
being
and it also
stupid.
has the name DFAR report at the top, and it's for 5/21/2016, and says specifically Officers Haddon and Officer Sons. Do you see that?
Yes.
Typically, when you would arrive for your shift, was there a period of time that you would do things maybe at the precinct or whatever before you get into
So there
your
was
vehicle
one
and go on
arrest
and-
that they had.
Yes.
All right. What
One
typically
mistype.
would you do back in 2016?
One arrest,
I
one
would
mistyle.
Change. Put on my
Here,
uniform.
Stone, good to see you.
And then I would have a roll call.
Hi, all,
Where we
especially
would given our
Mr.
assignments.
YouTube.
And then we would stand in
Yes,
line, check out our equipment, check out our car. and
Hello.
let's go put our equipment in the car.
Says
What?
and
And
you're
then
just.
wash the car, vacuum
Stop.
the car.
I think it means stuffing.
car.
I was gonna say if you're stopping your face with a pizza sandwich, I think he's right. I think she meant to say stuffing. It's
I
hard
mean,
to
if you're
type.
stopping it with a pizza sandwich, what are you stopping your face from? What's on the other side of the pizza sandwich?
I don't know.
I'm curious now.
Interested now.
And then go and find out if there's any radio calls pending.
Okay, and so how long would it typically take for you to do all those things from putting your uniform on through the time you start checking for radio calls?
I'm not sure. Approximately an hour.
An
How many
hour?
people,
Takes you an
how many
hour to get
police
dressed?
Officers, patrol officers were part
No, I think he's saying an hour after before their shift ends, they stop taking calls. So probably so they can
Oh.
fill out reports and all that kind of stuff.
I thought she was saying like it takes him an hour to get dressed and ready to start taking calls. It's like, Jesus, dude. Well, I know you got to slick back that hair and everything, but
Got a girl, you're
fuck's sake.
listening, but cooking dinner. Well, while you're slaving over that hot stove, this bud's for you. Yes, it's for you.
Oh
Think about it, girl. Think about it while you're
enjoy the soothing
Oh.
sounds of
all hot,
jazz.
cooked up right there. You just, you want to touch it.
of that roll call.
We have our
So the
answer
exact
too.
Number, I would say
my.
approximately 30.
Even
When you
better,
said
I
you
was
had to stand
typing
in
with
line
my
to
mouth
check out
full.
your equipment, was it all 30 of those patrol officers that would get in line and check out their equipment?
Yes, and supervisors.
Okay. And what equipment were you checking out that night?
A shotgun, a less lethal shotgun, mics for our cameras inside the car, pouches for our mics, batteries for our radios, keys for the cars.
Take a guess.
Raccoon.
I'll make a guess. I think she's cooking some Swedish meatballs.
Sorry, that was the first thing that came to my mind because last night's
Raccoon.
whatever podcast was crazy.
Oh, what
I'm
came to
gonna.
mind?
Some
She said
girl
raccoon.
she took a taxidermied raccoon on the whatever podcast, and she was crazy. Like Brian had to call the cops on her to get her out of there.
What was she doing with a
Hmm.
taxidermy raccoon?
I think she was a troll and she went on there. It was weird.
My guess was going to be not that.
Well, I've got your beef there.
She said
It
it
was
was
gonna
her
be-
pet. Yeah.
Yeah, just
Yeah.
that's now you wonder why she doesn't have a boyfriend or husband.
She says she does. It's just hard for her to prove that he's real. I'm like, okay, so you're mental.
It
Got it.
usually is when they're imaginary.
Oh, there he is. Mike Smith. Mike Smith watched it. That shit was
yeah.
cray.
Yeah.
She starts cutting lines. Yeah, she started cutting lines and trying to smoke it on or snort it on camera. Not
No
smoke it. I don't know why I said smoke. I
shit.
swear to
Oh.
God, it was
God.
bad. And she took like 20 pills. She was batshit crazy.
I love it. That
Hey,
would have been
Luna.
hilarious. Hey,
I
girl.
gotta show it to you later. It was insane.
I will be up for watching that because that is wow.
I mean, at least you're sticking with a theme here. You have the lady trying to do coke tonight or last night. You got one that's going to do it here either today or
Oh,
tomorrow.
wait a second.
Yeah.
It's like, what the fuck, man?
Wait, do I have a napkin? Here, let me put it
Well,
in my sleeve.
geez,
turn on my
you bring a
camera.
taxidermy raccoon. Was the taxidermy raccoon
Ready?
drug mule?
I'm gonna do an amber.
Yeah, she did that too.
At least you're not doing the other thing.
Well, you know, she does that whenever the camera isn't on her.
I think that's about it right now.
Do you have a recollection of there being cameras inside your car back on May 21,
What was
2016?
near Detroit?
Yes, I believe so.
Now, and
Oh, so Snafu, what happened? I guess last night on the whatever podcast, some girl showed up with a taxidermy raccoon and started snorting lines on, or was trying to snort lines on the show, and had done a bunch of pills and stuff like that.
Sounds stable.
Yeah. Did I cover it?
you arrived at the penthouse, you saw that there was a female holding and embracing Ms. Heard.
Yeah, the most you're going to see me ever do on stream is drink on stream.
Correct?
I believe it was when I was leaving the location, when we were getting ready to leave.
Okay.
You can see me drinking too.
Now, you believe that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was being emotional, crying, was refusing, that she was hurt.
Looks so
and she
creepy.
didn't know initially whether she wanted to file a report or not, and then she didn't want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said that Officer Science told you.
You should
later
stage a
that Ms.
picture
Heard
of it
called the
and make
number on
that your
the business card.
avatar.
Do you recall when Officer Science told you
I'll
that
do-
Ms.
I'll
Heard
do
called the
large.
number on the card?
No, I don't recall.
Do you recall approximately how much time you spent at the penthouse speaking with either the male or with Ms. Heard or looking at the premises that night?
Some between 6 and 9 hours.
Do you recall roughly whether it was 15 minutes, a half hour, hour?
I don't recall.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 17. I'll just scroll down so you can see that. Hold on. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
I believe that's Ms. Heard.
All right, is this the same person you saw on the night of May 21st, 2016, when you arrived sometime after 9:04 p.m.? And do you recall seeing the red marks that are reflected on this exhibit number 17 on Ms. Heard?
No, I was never this close to be able to examine her face.
You were never close enough to Ms. Heard to be able to examine her face, is that what you said?
Correct.
Okay. If you had seen these.
Because she was hiding that
close
perfectly
enough
good
to
face
be able to
far
see,
away in the
would
shadows.
you
Yeah.
have believed you had an obligation?
Well, I was
to
close
prepare a
enough. I might
report?
have shot a load on her
No, because
face. I don't
where
know.
this is from.
I mean, you're.
I heard
you're
it
asking-
stings.
Yeah, from what I
According
saw,
to some people in chat. We won't
It's very
mention names.
sticky.
red marks
Very
from
sticky.
any other thing, it was consistent with her crying.
I've been like
Does
Spider-Man.
this look like a red mark that's from crying? Obviously it hasn't. Would in
Spider
reviewing
dick,
this picture,
Spider dick.
does it appear that there's an injury on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No,
Oh, there was something on her face.
You would
All
say
right.
that doesn't evidence an injury?
no,
No, it wasn't an
because
injury.
I don't see an injury.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as
Oh.
deposition exhibit number 18. And do you recognize this carpeting?
No,
Officer
Chemical
Harper,
burn?
What can you see in this picture?
I see.
That
stripes
wasn't that toxic.
with some type of stains on to be a possible flooring.
I mean,
Do
her
you have a
eyes were glued
recollection of
shut, but what
seeing
can I
stains
say?
on the flooring outside of Ms. Heard's penthouse that night of May 21st?
Oh, yeah.
2016?
I'll be right back.
At this point, not
I-
that I recall.
I'll be right
Oh.
here.
Why can't?
And when you say at this point, not that you can recall.
want me to
what do
mute
mean by
you?
that?
No, I got.
It's 5 years ago. I
You
don't
didn't
remember.
mute it.
I know.
Officer Hatton, I'm going to show you what is in marked as Hatton exhibit number 19. Do you recognize the business card?
Yes,
And tell me what you can recall of that.
Well, that's my
Exactly.
handwriting.
Nothing wrong with
and
that
these
at
are
all.
Our LAPD business cards.
All right. The next thing on there is refuse report. You see that?
Yes.
I almost
Okay.
died. I'm
Was
like,
it your understanding that
say
Ms.
that again.
Heard did
Please,
not
Amber
want to
Heard.
press charges?
She spoke with my partner, and that's what my partner advised me.
Okay. Were you ever in the room when Ms. Heard either quote,
Yes,
refused
they-
report or refused to press charges?
I believe we offered her one final charge if she needed medical treatment. Or
Don't know how I'm going to do this, but I said I was going to show off these
She
mugs.
declined at that time, and that's when we issued this.
So
And what did you mean by report?
Put on a
An
ski mask.
official-
I don't have a ski mask.
Is that
Put on a
what
hockey
you
mask.
write- do you write an official investigative
Or
report?
or what you can do
Yeah,
is if you want to,
citizens
you can
can
go in
ask for
the
a
back
report for anything,
room
essentially, without-
and sort of that way you can sort of
But
see the way that it looks with
Do
your
you
camera.
have
You want me to
an
do that for
Yeah.
you?
obligation
So
If
that
it's,
way you
it's
can,
good. I have a thing I can test it out
frequency
before I turn it
injuries
on.
or property damage?
you got a
So I'm
thing you
not-
can test it out on.
If there's evidence
So
of
I'm
crime,
not
yeah.
showing.
And when you say if there's
Yeah, we
evidence
don't need to
of
see
crime, with
We don't need
injuries
to
and
see your
property
face.
damage,
We know
constitute
it's
evidence of a
beautiful
crime.
and everything.
If there's evidence of a crime.
Ladies,
Ow.
just so you know, Phil Hammer has very pretty eyes.
I've been told
Very-
that actually.
Yep, she's very, very pretty eyes. And so this is why he doesn't show his face on camera. It's because his beauty is so much that you ladies just can't handle it. You'll just get all excited and you won't pay any attention. You'll be asking for his number all the time. We can't have that. Can't have that. So
No.
we don't want Vilhammer to show his face on camera. It's been stipulated.
Yes.
Oh, he's you hear his voice, but it's more than just the voice. He's got something you ladies don't got. Mhm.
Y'all funny. I'll see how I'm going to arrange this.
Is there something
Look at his
different
drooling
about what you're
right
saying
there.
than what I'm asking?
She wants to know.
Well, I'm trying to understand when I say if you see evidence of injuries and property damage, is that evidence of a crime in your mind?
You just put your face on your face.
Yes, if the person didn't do it themselves. I mean, I can damage my own property and it's not a crime.
And everyone's going to miss it.
Did you have any reason
There's
to believe
one thing
that Amber Heard
That he wants
created
to.
any injuries to
Only one
herself
thing he
or
wants to put on his face,
the
ladies.
property at the time you were there on May 21st, 2016?
No, I don't recall seeing any damaged property or her obtaining any injury or having visible injuries that I saw.
Now, it says advised can call at later time if changes mind. What, if any, discussion did you have with Officer Sines about what that meant?
It was like she got
Well,
interested.
It goes with what I
Come
said
here.
earlier was the
She
citizen can make a
will-
report about anything at any time. It's called an investigative report. Or just an incident.
Nothing's happening.
If she wanted to report, she calls back and we'll take a report.
happening. Vilhammer
But at
says
that
he's got
point, you
something to
have
put on
already
his
written
face.
into your system that the victim advised verbal
Just
dispute
wanted to-
only, correct?
Throw that out there.
Correct.
And you did not write a report or take pictures or create any kind of record. Did you have anything that transpired there?
Just the business part.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to take a look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 24. Do you
I'm just
recognize the
trying to
person in this
see.
picture?
Ms. Heard?
What are you trying to see?
Oh,
I've been in the woods behind his house for a while. I know what he looks like. Well, that's okay.
she's not lying. She's been back there a while. All right, here you go.
Let's see, there you go. Oh, let's see. Let's bring that up.
You're so cute.
Awesome. Look at that.
You're
at
so
that.
cute.
See, ladies,
Thank you, Veal.
Look at
You're
that.
awesome.
look at that. Awesome. I mean, how cool is that? How cool is that, everybody? Ta-da. See, now you get to see his face. And if you're wondering what he looks like, that face back there in the background, that's him playing guitar. That's
Oh
him.
yeah,
right
that's
there.
totally him.
That's totally him right there playing guitar.
Ha-ha. I figured out how to do it.
There you
I
go.
do have hands.
Wait, Phil has hands?
I do. Here,
come.
I'll bring him back up.
Sip. He's simping for you. He's got you.
See, I have hands. I don't know how to do this.
Wait, let me see if I can
Oh,
get this right. There we go.
I
There we go.
I don't know how to do this.
There it is. Sip.
I don't know how cameras work.
Super cool. Yeah. Now, see, Jessica has those on her website, so she has her like little thing set up. So
Mhm.
get a Jessica Reloaded cover. I mean, how can you resist? How can you?
And if you use JR20 at checkout, you can get 20% off.
20% off. Sounds like I might need some more coffee.
Yeah.
Yes, he has hands. Those are very large hands too, ladies, just in case you didn't notice.
They're manly hands.
Manly hands.
Yeah.
Recognize her as Ms. Heard?
Something like that.
Baker. Jessica
hands on
has
her
his
web-
hands on her website. That's kind of strange.
Well, it happens. I mean, she is a collector. She is a collector of hands.
Yeah, I collect all the hands.
You want to see my turtle head? Hey, Baker, I'll show you. I'll show you my
On
turtle
that
head.
note, I'll be right back.
How's this? See my little turtle head? Isn't he cute? I mean, come on. That's damned adorable, right? Look at the color on it. It's so pretty. Yep, my little turtle head. He's poking out. He's looking at you. Hey, Baker, muffin top right here. Yep.
Picture on Haddon exhibit number 24 as the person who was the subject of your and Officer Sines reporting to the Eastern Columbia building that evening.
Correct.
All right, so let's go to exhibit number 24.
Okay, enough scary stuff for one night.
What do you see in this picture with respect to
What, you got something else?
No, I said enough scary stuff for one night. I'm trying to
the
not
turtle
be
head
on
is
camera. Hola, mommy.
Oh, look at that. Irish. Hola, papi.
See, and you guys all showed up late, so you didn't get to see the camera be turned on.
Yeah,
See,
you missed.
that's what you get for being late.
Hey, Irish. Good to see you, girl. Good to see you. Luna. She's hollering, Luna. Luna!
whether there is any injury depicted on Ms. Heard?
I see a female white, fair skin with cheek.
Mm.
I'm sorry, with a what?
Oh,
No, Irish is not mummy. Irish is mamacito.
she is mommy to me.
Mamacita. Mm.
I'm learning like
Irish.
a Spanish word a month. I don't know what I'm going to learn next, but mommy is the one that I learned.
I could teach you a couple of really, really bad ones.
Well,
Just saying.
Cheek.
Most of them you probably already know, but
Do you
I know how to
recognize
ask for the
any
important things.
potential injury?
Cerveza, tequila, and senoritas.
not necessarily in that order. You get your Tecate, you get your margarita, Tecate, margarita, and then you get the senoritas, and then you have to bathe in the tequila because those senoritas are dangerous.
Her case?
Knowing what our investigation revealed,
Oh,
no, that
Not
makes
only will it,
sense.
well, never mind, I'm not going to say that. I don't know what that means.
Well, it means get out of here.
What do you mean by
player.
what your investigation revealed?
I mean, you could just come in.
Verbal dispute,
Yeah. Well, she could come.
and she refused that she had any injury.
And just so we're clear again, you were never in the presence of Ms. Heard when she at any time said it was only a verbal dispute, right?
Oh, you're not blocked.
Now,
Am I blocked by everyone?
would you,
I
as a
don't think
police
so.
officer investigating,
I don't think you're blocked
if
by
you
any.
saw this, what's depicted in this picture, would you believe that you need to investigate further?
Yeah, I would need additional information. Just because I see a female with pink cheeks and pink eyes doesn't mean that
Awesome. I love it.
it happened.
A female with pink cheeks and pink
They should be sad and crying
something.
that their dog died.
Did you engage in any further
You got it in the
investigation?
pink. What?
The only investigation I did was part of speaking with my partner and then
Vengasi.
with the witness, the next door neighbor.
And
what?
did you discuss with the witness? the next door neighbor?
Vengasi
I tried to obtain
Paaka?
information of what occurred.
Paaka?
What did
I
you
don't.
ask?
Who, what, when, where, why.
And what did he say?
I don't remember his exact words, but he wasn't very coming with
Actually,
information.
it's more like let's go,
I
Blair.
very vague information as far
Get it
as
on.
what he was telling me.
What do you specifically recall?
Oh, oh, here we go.
I don't.
You don't recall at all?
I don't recall specific
Oh.
words or something.
Damn it.
Do you recall the witness taking
Oh,
you
Irish
around and
sent you a
showing you
message.
property damage in the
Hmm.
penthouse?
No, I recall my partner and I doing a protective
Really?
sweep. And
Never
that's
sends
it.
me
You
messages.
don't recall
Because I'm a
Josh
married
Dillon
man.
with you and
God.
taking you
What?
through?
Hold on.
I don't recall if someone else was with us or not.
Do you recall one
You're a
or
hot
the other?
community, bro.
I don't recall.
All these ladies
You
be
have a
snapping.
recollection
Venga
of
Sapaka, Chiquita.
going through the entire penthouse, is that correct?
We did a protective sweep of
Vengase
nation that she was with.
Paaka.
Get
Tell
over
me
here.
what you mean by protective sweep.
Mhm.
We walked
She
through
literally
the-
sent me a message as how to
the
pronounce
policy
it.
area she was at to make sure that there's no one else in
I
there that
guess
shouldn't be there, or there's no, no one hurt.
I probably still screwed it up.
Fuck.
Do you recall how many rooms you went through?
You want you
No,
to
I don't.
just
Let
like
me ask you,
slide
officer
into
had to
her
take a look at
DM.
number 25. You
Make
recognize
sure you're
this as
well
Miss Heard?
lubricated.
Yes.
Izzy, you know what I was thinking? We should introduce our rats to each other.
We should introduce who?
Our rats,
Oh,
our tiny dogs.
we totally should. Totally should. Mine would, if yours is not into it, my dog would like probably like have gay sex with him because he's a weirdo. He's always
likes-
trying to hump my dog, my wife's
He
dog.
likes doing zoomies with other dogs.
Yeah,
Like
he
jump
loves-
around and try to catch each other and run.
Oh, that's totally what mine does too. He was doing that earlier today. He was rolling around on the floor on his back, biting at the air. Like, come on, play. I was like, dude, I'm working. He's
I do
just
that
like,
too.
play. I'm right here, making as much noise as he can. I'm just like, oh,
I'm the same way. I do
Well,
exactly the
Nick,
same
I'm
Your
not gonna
voice?
rub your belly.
Do it in the mic. Do it in the mic so they can hear your voice. Do it.
Woof, 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 woof.
Do you hear him?
No.
Oh.
Was he making little growling noises?
Yeah. He's like, you know,
I know how to say it. I am
they think they're all tough, but they're actually little rats.
Yeah, they are little rats. They're ankle
Actually,
biters.
what did you have me say, Iris? I didn't even ask.
It said, get over here. That's what it says.
Oh, yeah, that's like, get over here. Yeah, Ryan.
Get over here.
It sounds so much nicer that way, though.
Yeah, see. See. Now you just got all the ladies worked up now. They saw your
that-
hands.
Well, I
saw
said
your
it
hand.
for him.
Mhm.
I don't know if you heard me. I said, you pronounce it Vengase Paaka.
And there was another word at the end that she had me throw in there, but Chiquita, I think.
No.
Yeah. Come on, what is Chiquita? Is
Yeah.
that like a banana?
Chiquita?
Chiquita
There are
banana.
Chiquita bananas, actually.
Yeah.
Like saying, get over here, girl.
See. Even Young is like, show your hands. Just
She,
show your hands.
She saw them. She was here when I whipped them out.
Yeah. Most ladies are there whenever you whip it out, Veal.
Nikki went over to my chat. She's like, okay, here's where everyone is. I thought y'all blocked me. No, nobody blocked you.
No.
Oh,
Like,
actually, I do need to call this or announce this. Daremouth sent me a $5 Rumble chat over on Rumble and says, for the lovely lady who does whatever she wants. Hope you're doing well, Jessica. Thank you,
isn't that
Daremouth. You're awesome.
wonderful? I forgot. I should be looking at Rumble too. Give me a second because I'm an idiot.
Mm.
I'm over there also, and of course, I'm not paying any damn attention.
Because they're giving you all those rumbles over there.
No, nobody
A little,
rumbles me over
a
there.
little rumble in your tummy.
Damn it. Mute. There we go. Forgot to pop out of the chat.
Toy Box is here. He
Oh,
says,
he's blocked.
I blocked 2 people. Both were hitting on Shizzy instead of me. Bastards.
I love it. That's how it goes. Sorry to disappoint there.
I can
Toy
still
Box.
see your messages.
Toy Box Brain is awesome. I don't know if you guys know about Toy Box Brain, but he's pretty damn awesome. Just saying.
I love Toy Box. He cracks me up.
He gives me humor that you just don't find this day and age. Yeah, I mean, you gotta have a little bit of levity, and I think Toy Box Brain brings that. So
Yes.
I like
Levity is
whenever Toy Box is streaming, I go in his chat and I start talking to him in Spanish. And then like Snafu's in there and he's like, What are you saying? I'm like, it's not for you. That's why it's in Spanish.
exactly. If you want to know what it means, then you're gonna have to learn Spanish. Yeah,
Or
bitches.
Toy Box and Toy Box only.
Or get yourself an Irish, because she's my interpreter.
Well, she'll sit on your lap and interpret for you.
Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any injuries in this picture?
No.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Exhibit number 27. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries in this picture on Ms. Heard?
No.
I'm going to ask the same questions. Officer Haddon, I'm going to ask you to look at Haddon exhibit number 28. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
And do you see any injuries depicted on Ms. Heard's face in this picture?
No.
Unfortunately, no.
Exhibit number 29. Do you recognize this as Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard in this picture?
No.
Now, you indicated that you and Officer Shines went through the apartment, correct?
Signs.
Correct. They did protect.
Apparently, Shizzy, that's actually apparently extra.
I guess so.
I mean, I don't know exactly where we went, but we walked around what she claimed was her living quarters.
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard,
That's extra. I mean, that doesn't come with the whole package. Damn. Damn, Irish. I'm scared now. You're not going to translate it for him. You're just going to whisper those sweet nothings in his ear. Damn, Irish. Shame on you. You're hard to get. Hard to get.
displayed injuries at the time that you reported to her residence after the domestic violence call, that you would have had an obligation to prepare a report?
If there was injuries or complaint of pain, yes.
I'm sorry, injuries or what?
Complaint of pain?
Would you agree that if Ms. Heard displayed injuries that you perceived to be injuries at the time you reported to Ms. Heard's residence,
It would be, and it would have been reported. You
you had an obligation to prepare a report.
Jesus.
If I perceive them to be injuries, then yes.
Jenny, good to see
Would
you.
you agree?
Hope
that
you're
if
having a
there was
great day.
Property damage present at the
Ooh.
time
All
you
right.
reported to Ms. Heard's residence after the domestic violence calls, you had an obligation to.
Shenigram, how's it going?
Thank
Good
you
to see
so much, Durmouth. He just became a monthly supporter on Rumble. I didn't even know you could do that.
I didn't know you could do that either. That's awesome.
You're my first ever monthly supporter on Rumble. Thank you so much.
That's pretty damn cool. So you can do that?
Yeah.
Well, that's not all that's hard. You keep talking about sitting on my lap, but not gonna translate for me.
Oh
Jeez.
my.
That's what she said.
Mm-hmm.
She said that costs extra. I'll sit on your lap, but I'm not going to translate it for you. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Hey,
Where
phrasing.
is Young still here?
Thank you for swinging by and showing your support. We appreciate you. Good seeing you.
Young.
Prepare a report.
No, because if she's living there, that's her property, and she's being uncooperative and doesn't say that someone else did it or anyone else did it, then I have no other information to go off of. She could have broken it herself.
Officer Haddon, did you provide any pamphlets to Ms. Heard, you or Officer Sines, relating to domestic violence?
I personally did not.
You know whether Officer Sines did?
I don't know.
And ladies and gentlemen, at this point, counsel for Mr. Depp takes over the questioning.
Oh, good call. That's so beautiful that he pointed that out, because they haven't been pointing that out on her defense at all.
Mm-hmm.
But Ben Chu totally pointed this out of, these are now our questions to Officer.
Where they start getting competent.
Well, no, because she's asking questions, but they're not answering how she wants them answered. Because he's like, I don't see any injuries. I don't see any injuries. It's like this constant.
Mhm.
I don't see any injuries. I've never seen any injuries on her. Oh,
Yeah.
my. Oh, that sucks, Shenny. Having a great day. Just not happy with Friday's weather coming to us. Plan on Julian luncheon and going to be ugly. Ooh, sorry to hear that.
Yeah, Julian is way up in the mountains. It gets really cold up there.
Yeah. Sorry for that.
Wait, is it supposed to snow? Let me see.
Yeah, I think that's what's going on. Supposed to get nasty. No fun.
We can't take the truck to Julian anymore unless we put tires or chains on the tires. Before, we could just use the truck in the snow. There was no big deal. But now we have to put chains. Yay.
So they make you actually pull over and put chains on?
Pretty
Because
much.
you don't want to be driving down the interstate with just having chains on your car. That
Yeah.
messes the roads. So you have to pull over and do those. God, that sucks.
And so I don't see any snow, but there is rain, so it's most likely going to snow.
Well, you keep talking like you're talking Irish. It's going to be more than the economy. That's hard. Just saying.
Y'all too much.
Wow. Thank you, Darmouth, for $2 on Rumble. He says, if one wishes to do a monthly membership to your favorite creator on Rumble, click the subscribe button next to the money symbol. 2 clicks and you too can support Jessica monthly as well.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
I love that.
Learning new stuff every day.
So no snow, just rain starting for tomorrow. If you have a 4x4, you can try. Problem is the traffic will be all the way back up to I-60. Oh, the
Yeah.
67 split.
Our
Yeah.
truck is a 4x4. It's off-road.
Fun.
Pretty badass truck, if I do say so myself. It's very good for off-roading. I'll be
That's
back.
right. I want to go mudding with Jessica now. Totally do it. Totally would do it.
Yeah.
Face on the evening of May 21, 2016.
Yes,
On how many occasions did you see her face?
I believe too.
And the first
Saw her in
time
Aquaman
you
and
saw her face, how close to her were you?
I don't recall exactly. I think it was approximately 10 feet.
that's
Did
pretty
you
close.
perceive any, did you have any problems with your eyesight at that time?
No,
Did you have 20/20 vision as of May 21, 2016?
no, I wear contacts though, so I can't see. Perfectly fine.
Were you wearing your contacts that evening?
Yes.
Did you have any trouble seeing the contours of her face the first time?
Oh my God, Elaine's objecting. You can hear her little objection. Objection. Like for every question that he's asking.
Yeah.
If you never signed up to do donate to your creator, there may be 20-minute delay. Just wait. You can try it again. Don't be ashamed and panic. I love it. Never panic. That's really weird because there's been times that I've wanted to like do a super chat on people's channels. Hey, Abomination over on the Rumble. Good to see you. There's been times I've tried to do like a super chat to people, and for whatever reason, it just like times out and says your super chat didn't go through. But then I can type in and shit shows up. I'm like, what the fuck? I think it's because I'm like tagging people in it or something, or maybe they just have words that I'm not supposed to say, like faggot and stuff like that. Bundle of sticks, okay?
Yes.
Jesus, man.
Time you saw her that evening? Did you perceive any signs of injury on her face or anywhere else on her body that was visible to you?
No.
For how long a period did you view her face the first time you saw her that night?
I don't know. She was busy
seconds,
wiping
not
it
long.
clean.
And how much later was the second time you saw Miss Heard?
Right before we left.
And how close?
It's usually how it
were
works,
you
right? When you come and
observed
right
her
when you
face?
leave.
Approximately
So he's saying he viewed her face right after he came. Is that what he said? And
Yep.
Right after he
And
left.
right before he left, yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Did you have a clear view of her face?
Yes.
Did you still have your contacts in at the time?
Yeah.
Was there sufficient light that enabled you to actually see her face?
I believe so. I believe it was the light was a little dimmer, but it was still lit.
My
Did you perceive any
T-Rex
signs
is
of injury to
running
her
the
face
gambit.
on that second occasion?
So what was that?
Did you see
Up to
any
it.
swelling of any kind on her face, either during the first time you saw her or the second time you saw her?
No, she didn't take it in the
No.
eye.
Did you see any marks on her face, either the first time you observed her that night or the second time you observed her?
Just
Seaman
the
Street.
redness, which was consistent with her crying.
Did you see any time that night any indication of any bruising on her face?
No.
Did you see at any time that
Impact
evening
marks?
any indication or any sign whatsoever of any injury to her face?
No.
And going to,
Did you see any poop in the bed?
was it the security?
Actually, I
What
did.
was the term you used? The security
He's a
suite?
grumpy.
It was
The
God,
Whoa.
Protective suite.
So grumpy.
so angry.
During your protective sweep, was your access barred to any part of the penthouse?
My access what? Sorry.
Did you have free access to the penthouse?
The witness that was there, I believe he guided us kind of through the place. I don't know, wherever he guided us through.
Did you see any broken glass anywhere in the penthouse where you did the protective sweep?
Not that I remember.
Were you
There you go.
looking for any signs of a disturbance?
Yes.
Why were you looking for signs of a possible disturbance?
Signs
So I
of
get paid more if they're
any evidence that a crime has occurred.
Is that standard procedure, a police procedure?
Yes.
And why do you look for potential signs of vandalism or disturbance to property in the course of a domestic violence allegation or possibility?
Just because that tends to happen when some type of domestic altercation occurs between two people.
Did you see any sign of any kind of property damage or vandalism that evening?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any signs of spilled wine on the floor?
I saw
Not
the
that I recall.
sign.
If
See, she's
they were visible or,
like
Yeah.
left and
Do
right.
you recall some questioning from Ms. Heard's counsel, Ms. Bredehoft, about a man who led you through the penthouses on the evening of May 21, 2016?
yes.
Did you
There's an injection there.
describe him as
Yes.
uncooperative?
Yes.
Let me ask another question. Was he cooperative with your inquiries that evening?
No.
What do you mean by that?
I attempted to gather information of who the husband was, and what occurred, and where he possibly went, so we could interview kind of all the different parties. And he wouldn't even give me a name of who the husband was.
And how long did you interact with that person who in fact is Josh Drew?
And this right here is why he put down Johnny Heard, because they probably called him by name. They probably called him Johnny, and they of course they called her Amber Heard, and he has no idea who Amber Heard is. Like,
Mhm. Why would he?
if you asked me before all of this stuff who Amber Heard was, I couldn't have told you.
No, me either.
I mean, if you would have said, "Oh, she was an Aquaman," I'd be like completely dumbfounded, because her part in Aquaman was so unmemorable that I couldn't even have told you who she was in Aquaman.
I mean,
Like,
even before this trial, if you would have said, "Oh, she's married to Johnny Depp," I would have been like, "Oh, okay, cool."
oh, he's married? Okay. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't have known. Like, I had no idea who Amber Heard was before all of this. Where's T-Rex traveling? He's headed up to Big Sur. I'm just kidding. I don't know where you're at.
I wish that'd be nice.
I wish.
No, I'm in Ohio, headed to Zanesville, Ohio, which is
Is that snow on the road?
Yep.
it's
Yep.
snow on the sides. Yeah.
Jesus. That's
Yeah.
I mean, I am up near Cleveland right now, so it's lake effect snow.
Yeah. Still, it sucks.
Oh yeah.
You.
If it wasn't for
snow.
Johnny today, nobody today would know who Amber is. That is absolutely true, because she is
Mhm.
so unremarkable. Like, if think about this. Do you know who Salma Hayek is?
Yep.
Okay, why do you know who Salma Hayek is? What was
Oh
the
God, I
first
can't remember.
movie that you saw her in?
Desperado,
Okay.
and then the other one
I'm not
was
good with stuff like that.
From Dusk Till Dawn.
That's the one I was thinking of. Dust to Dawn.
Yeah,
That was
I
the
don't
first
remember
one
which
that
was
I
first.
saw
It
her
was
in.
one of those two.
That's where I remember her from. No, you're right. It was Desperado.
Yeah, I
Desperado
think
with
Desperado was first.
yeah, Desperado was
With
was
Antonio
the one that's
Banderas.
most memorable. But she was famous in Mexico before that. I think she did soap operas before that. So I mean,
Mm.
she already had Dust to Dawn. Yeah. Dust to Dawn was, I mean, Desperado really brought her to the forefront because of Antonio Banderas. And that movie
Banderas.
was so iconic in its filming. I mean, it was
Mhm.
like you
It was
just,
really good.
yeah, I mean, the whole storyline, everything about that movie was fun. It was entertaining. It was mysterious. You had no idea part of the time what was going on, but they brought it to the forefront. And she was, drop dead gorgeous. You're like, holy cow, who is this? And so you're like trying to find out who the actress is, because like she's gorgeous. But that was more about the acting portion of it also, because she actually was a really good actress and played her part really well. Maybe it was her co-star. I who knows, but it was very memorable. A very memorable performance. I can't think of anything that Amber Heard has ever done that's been memorable until somebody shows me, something, and I'm just like, oh, that was her. Like the zombie in
Mhm.
Zombieland, where she turned into a zombie. I mean, I think that was her first like foray into it. I couldn't have told you that she was in a movie with Johnny Depp, because I didn't watch. That isn't like my style of movie. Whatever that was that he did about the writer. Just not
Oh,
my style. of
Fear and
movie.
Loathing.
Yeah, Fear and Loathing.
Well, I guess.
Is that what? I don't know.
I don't think she was in that. I think
Yeah.
she was. I thought it was something else before that they did together.
It was what's his name? The writer that she was portraying, like his counterpart or whatever. But I like I said, I never saw that movie, so I couldn't have told
Yeah.
you that she was in it. I mean, like I said, she's not a memorable actress. I mean, the first time that she ever came on my radar was because of this portion of the trial. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm just
I've never heard of
don't
her.
I don't follow the tabloids. Does that make sense? You know,
Yeah. I mean, like,
there's a lot of people that follow the tabloids, and they know who's married to who and who's sleeping with who, and
Yeah.
how many children and all that kind of. That doesn't hit my radar.
yeah, but like I have this
No.
issue with like when people ask me like, "Oh, do you know who X is?" or whatever, and like I genuinely, I don't know actors and actresses by name. I don't know. Like I know a few of them because like, being a kid, like obviously Arnold Schwarzenegger, like, and a few of those guys, but the rest of them, like for that aren't outside of that world, like I don't know anybody's names. So when like, oh, people are like, oh, do you know who this actress is? It's like, nope, sure don't. I
mean,
don't know
if
anybody
you
really by
show me
name.
a movie that she's in, like you know who Margot Robbie is.
No.
Eyebrows.
Yeah. No.
I'm sure I would if I saw a picture, but I have no idea who that
Suicide
is.
Squad.
I never saw it.
I mean, okay. Do you know who Zendaya is?
No.
Wolf of Wall Street.
Nope.
You never
Yeah,
saw
see,
Wolf
like-
of Wall Street? Oh.
Like Margot Robbie is pretty smoking. All right, she's
She played
very memorable.
Barbie.
She played Barbie in that Barbie movie or whatever, and then she also was in My Cousin Earl.
I don't think I've seen that either.
Yep.
And I
Yes.
don't know. Like I don't. So here, this might help. I don't watch TV, and basically, I don't really watch anything to where I would even see advertisements for stuff. So like, I don't know what these things are.
She plays a really good redneck in Run Ronnie Run. Also,
Don't know what that is.
that is funny.
Most of my
If
movie
you- if-
references are from like the 90s and
Jess,
the 80s.
if you do a movie night again, Run Ronnie Run. Harley Quinn, yeah, Harley Quinn.
The next movie night, I'll probably do it beginning of the year. I'm not gonna do any for the rest of December.
Run Ronnie Run is hilarious.
Well,
It is.
remind me and we'll do it.
Oh yeah.
It's on you now.
See, yeah. I'll have to remind you. I'll slip into your DMs and tell you all about it.
Well,
I'd say approximately 5 to 10 minutes.
Did he report to you in words or substance that any domestic violence had occurred?
I don't recall any exact verbiage he said.
Exactly.
Did he report
True.
to you in words or substance any vandalism?
so
That's what I recall.
Darmouth sent me another Rumble rant when I was checking on dinner. He said, also supporting Jessica on Rumble means you can support her and say all the words you can't see on YouTube.
Yes.
Like
It
the
is very
cursey
true.
words that I always say. That's why I like Rumble.
There's certain things I do like about Rumble. And I was able to do which I wanted to do this weekend, but I had so much other stuff going on, was the Twin Flames. Like I can't show a lot of that stuff on YouTube because it'll get me removed.
Oh yeah,
Mm.
that one's crazy.
I'm like, man, why is it YouTube? You realize you're missing out on some good stuff. Really.
Yeah.
George Carlin
YouTube is
Which-
awesome.
off.
Which reminds me, I didn't eat. I should probably do that. I'll be right back.
Yes, you should.
Yeah, eat something.
No, we don't eat around here. That's rackets. For rackets, we don't eat around here. No eating.
Well, you can just shut up. He's gonna eat. Damn it. We need to keep his energy up. All these ladies are gonna wear him out.
You and your partner got a call to the penthouse on May 21, 2016. Were you and your partner in a particular hurry to close out this incident?
No.
Were you willing to stay as long as was necessary to resolve the matter?
Yes.
Would you generally take notes for a verbal dispute only?
When we disable the call and we get rid of the call, we leave our comments of what occurred in what we did in that call.
Would you generally write a report for a verbal dispute only?
No, unless it's at the request of one of the parties.
When you were typing in your computer to add text to a call, is it common to refer to the
Wait, in
focused individual in
California,
the
you
call
can
as
get
a
a
victim?
domestic
whether
violence
she
ticket for yelling at your partner?
I don't know. Never been in that situation yet, thankfully. You're
In
muted,
your
Shiz.
house.
You could get in trouble for disturbing the peace, but
Oh, I
you're not going to
see.
get in trouble for yelling at your partner.
So you'll be out of like the front lawn and like yelling at it. I get it. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're disturbing like people in your vicinity or whatever, then you might get cited for it, but you know, they're not going to arrest you or anything. I mean, if I show up on Jess's doorstep and start yelling at her, then I might be like cited for trespassing. But if I live there and I'm yelling at her, then they're going to be like, okay, you know, you need to leave. You know, you're disturbing the peace, and they might cite me then. But you know, that would be completely different. You know, disturbing the peace is one of my favorite pastimes. Abominations is over on Rumble. Yeah.
It is a
whether
fun
crime has
one.
been committed or not?
Yeah.
I mean, I've had the police show up multiple times at various places for disturbing the peace. This is what happens whenever you're a musician and you tend to make more noise past like certain time of night or whatever you're not supposed to. And of course they don't like it at 3:00 in the morning, but hey, it's whenever we've got the urge to make music.
Yes, because that's how the call was broadcasted and created.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, counsel for Ms. Heard completes the question.
Now, there was another woman that was present as well, correct, that night?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember testifying earlier that at the end she was holding and embracing Ms. Heard?
Yeah, I believe she's sitting on the couch with her when we left.
Did you interview that woman?
No, she was with Miss Heard when my partner was speaking with her, I believe. I never spoke to her.
Did you ever attempt to interview that woman that was on the couch who was embracing Ms. Heard?
No, because I was speaking with the gentleman outside.
Do you know whether Officer Science ever attempted to interview that woman who was sitting on the couch?
I'm unaware.
Okay. Now, let's go back to the description that you gave, and you responded again to it with Mr. Chu, that she was crying and had a red face, and you said the redness was consistent with crying. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. Why was she crying?
I don't know. That's a great question. I don't know why she was crying.
I don't know, because she
Yeah.
can't cry.
I personally did not because my partner interviewed her.
Then when you
That's
downloaded
true,
your
she
partner later, did you
tries.
ask Officer Science why Amber Heard was crying?
No, my partner never advised me. She spoke with her and while I was speaking with the gentleman.
Do you recall that?
I guarantee you Amber Heard can cry whenever she's in distress. She can cry. Whenever it's real and true, I guarantee you that woman can cry. But she can't play act it because she doesn't
Yeah,
have that emotion. She doesn't know how to draw from that emotion. Like, you know, I can make myself cry if I want to, but that's the
Okay,
thing.
so yeah.
You have to put yourself in that kind of position, which Amber, because of her lack of empathy, I doubt that she's able to do that. It could be, you know, trauma or whatever from childhood or something. I don't know. Dude, that sky is fucking gorgeous. Let me show that. Look at that sky. That is fucking beautiful.
Burp.
I mean, look at
Grumpy.
that. That's got like that orange glow happening in it. I love it.
Yeah, but that's the city.
Oh, I'm still saying that looks really beautiful. That
It was,
orange glow does.
I think it's Cleveland. Yeah, it's Cleveland. That's what it is.
Yeah, it's what do you call it? Light pollution, but still, it looks gorgeous. Where is it? I'll figure it out here sooner or later. There we go. Sorry,
It's one of the
interrupt for
buttons.
I don't have
I
light pollution where I live.
well, we get it. Not as bad, but I mean, go
One of
out
my
to Lake
goals-
Kennesaw, and it's nice.
One of my goals this coming summer, there's a place out in the New Mexican desert that's like it's like dark sky preservation area where like for 100 miles around you have to have like shielded street lamps and all that stuff, and you look
Yeah.
up, you can actually see like the galaxy and everything.
Well, if you get close to like the Mescalero Indian reservation, it's pretty out there. I mean, I lived out in Hobbs, New Mexico, and I mean, I could go out and just drive like 20 minutes and be away from all the light pollution, and it would be uncommon for me just to find a spot on a dirt road, crawl up on the hood of my car, and just lay back and just watch, like, count how many shooting stars I could see, or alien aircraft, one of the two. It'd be something like that would be happening. No, there was no anal probes happening there, just
That
guaranteed.
sounds amazing. Oh my goodness.
At least that I know of. I mean, there
Why
might
don't
have
you
been.
remember?
Well, I don't know. Would they let me remember it? Oh, that looks good.
The dim
Let me bring that
blurred
up
effect.
because that looks really good.
Is it rice?
Damn, girl.
Yeah, it's cheese and broccoli rice.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds tasty.
You testified that there was another woman who was embracing Ms. Heard on the sofa at the end of your visit.
Yes.
Do you recall asking why she was embracing and holding Ms. Heard? Why did you not ask either the other woman or Ms. Heard why the woman was embracing and holding Ms. Heard?
Because she had a
We're trained
dildo in her
academy
hand.
to
I
separate the
mean,
parties and to try and attempt to build a rapport with the individual we're speaking with. Therefore, it was two females, and my partner was female, so therefore my partner spoke with the female.
there you go.
Would it be fair to say you deferred to Officer Sines to conduct any type of investigation with both Ms. Heard and the other woman who was embracing her?
How many times do I need to
With
say this?
Ms.
Yes.
Heard, I am unaware. I cannot testify if you spoke with the other female.
When you said you learned at the academy to divide up the parties, was it your understanding that parties meant the victim and the suspect?
All parties.
Do you know whether anyone made an attempt to divide up the woman from Ms. Heard?
Got another rumble rant from Daremouth. Immediate monetization if you choose the right option. Last one, Jess. LOL. Thank you. Appreciate you.
Nice. I love it. Hey, Geeky Gamer. Good to see you. Good.
Hello there.
Greetings. Welcome to the Madhouse. Nobody here is angry. We're just mad, like the Mad Hatter. Not like Johnny Depp, the Mad Hatter.
Not mad at all.
Not mad at all.
That you said was on Ms. Heard's face.
Well,
as
already.
she was, crying and emotional.
You're fun.
Could it also have been consistent?
Oh, really? You think so? Guess what?
Yeah.
What?
Oh,
You know,
wow.
if you want to throw those kind of things up there, Geeky Gamer, it's really easy. You have to super chat.
It's a bot.
mean,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's a bot. Give it a minute.
Yeah.
They're gonna start spamming the chat.
Yeah. They
You
have
know
the-
what? I have an idea, Shizzy.
Yeah, let's do it.
Maybe
know
they
just-
always do it because we end up banning them. Let's just let it happen.
Oh,
Just
we
let them
should.
leave it in there. Just ignore them.
I love it. I think that's a great idea because it's good interaction.
I wish I could see chat right now.
With injury?
Do not think
You're not
because
missing
redness-
anything on that front, at least.
Did you consider?
Thank you, Lefty.
whether
I
the redness
needed
on
an
the face
eggplant.
Might be from something in addition to crime.
No, I did not.
Oh, yeah.
Correct?
Never intimate.
And would it be fair to say that you don't know what Ms. Heard's
I mean, broiled
Big
eggplant with a
old
little bit of
purple pickle.
swelling, bruising, redness, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to ask you, Officer Haddon, to look at
broiled
what you marked as,
eggplant with
Haddon Exhibit
Parmesan
number
or
8, and
Reggiano.
it's from the Office of the Chief of Police,
Delicious.
and it's dated November 24, 2014. The subject is Domestic Violence Supplemental Report, Form 15.40.02 revised. You see that?
I do.
This was provided to us by the LAPD in response to our document requests. Did you have an understanding that there was a domestic violence supplemental report form that was in place as of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
We'll show you what is exhibit number 9. And this is called Domestic Violence Supplemental Report. And it is something, is it your understanding that the police officer fills this out?
Yes, we feel that.
Okay. do you recall whether you had filled out this supplemental report at any time prior to May 21st, 2016?
I don't recall.
Now, if we look at the first column on the domestic violence supplemental report, it has a column that says victim. And then there are a number of descriptive words underneath with boxes. Do you see that?
I do.
All right. Now, the first one is shaky. What, if any, observations did you make of Ms. Heard shaky?
No, I don't recall.
All right. What, if any, observations did you make about Ms. Heard being unresponsive?
The little time I dealt with her, yeah, she was unresponsive and crying.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the first part. She was unresponsive and crying, did you say?
Yes.
I just want to say I love it whenever my wife lets me know that she's on her way home, so I can be expecting her and know that she's safe. And if I don't hear from her like in the next half an hour, I know, like if I don't hear my dogs losing their shit, then you'll see me disappear from stream. So, but yeah,
That's adorable.
she was going hanging out with some of her like high school friends or whatever. Well, some old women, if they're hanging out with high school friends, they've been in high school in like almost 30 years. Jeez.
Makes me feel old that next year is going to be my 10-year.
Well, I mean, think about this. You get some good friends from high school. You maintain that relationship. That's pretty awesome. But no, she went to go hang out with them tonight for a little bit, like right after work, and I was just like, well, have fun. I'm going to be streaming. So if I don't hear my dogs losing their shit like the next half hour, then I start to worry about her. So that's why she sends me those nice messages like, I'm leaving now.
My dad still calls my mom every day when he's leaving on work after like almost 30 years of marriage. It's adorable.
It is. It's awesome.
Okay. And I guess you've answered the third one here, that she was crying, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what, if any, observations did you make of whether Amber Heard was scared?
I didn't.
Oh. You didn't what?
I did not observe.
Her being scared.
I'm sorry. Are you finished with that answer? It sounded like it was a half. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, I did not observe her being fearful.
Okay. But Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, correct?
Correct.
She did not want to press charges, correct?
Correct.
And she did not want to tell you the name of her husband, correct?
Well, because I didn't talk to her.
Well, do you recall?
I mean, wouldn't
Testifying
anybody
further
in Hollywood,
that
even the police
Mr.
officers, be like, see Johnny Depp and be like, holy shit, you're Johnny Depp?
True.
Was uncooperative?
True.
Izzy, did you see what I said in the private?
Yeah,
Do you recall
I saw that.
testifying that Ms. Heard was uncooperative because she was emotional, she was crying, she wasn't sure whether she wanted to file a report or
What?
not, and then she said she did not want to?
So,
I see it now.
Do you know why Ms. Heard did not want to file a report, or did not want to press charges?
No, I did not.
No, like doing stuff.
And I'm going to
that
see
I
with the
shouldn't
marker
see.
deposition exhibit number 10, and
Maybe stop being so nosy and focus on driving, T-Rex. You don't need to see
Yeah.
everything right away.
Be careful. Drive safe.
I'm a
You're on.
professional.
You'll see it when you see it. I took a screenshot of it. Okay.
There you go. It's beautiful. I love it.
violence laws, LAPD form 18.3.
I'm a professional. I've only crashed once so far.
And it has the date. This is
Let's keep it to less than that.
With the footnote. I'm going to just direct your attention here to case preparation, and this is relating to domestic violence laws. Case preparation says, note the complainant's emotional and physical condition. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. And then ensure all evidence is gathered and preserved, e.g. bloody clothing, damaged phones, damaged property. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you or Officer Sons provide any kind of notes relating to Ms. Heard's emotional and physical condition?
No, because there was none. Jesus Christ, Elaine, you're like, how fast can you tank your fucking case? Jesus, woman, you're insufferable.
Not fast enough when you're Elaine.
No.
Did you or Officer Sons
I mean,
ensure all
I
evidence was
swear
gathered and
playing
preserved,
these depositions
including the damaged property?
is what
said
lost
no,
the
and
jury.
all these things
They're
would have
just
been
like, oh.
documented if there was a report.
Right, let's go to the next bullet point. It says, ensure photographs are taken of injuries or lack of injury to complainant and accused, both the day of and
It's like it is like that nitpicking fucking Karen. You know, it's just like, I'm going to take pictures of the lack of people being in the parking lot.
Yeah.
I'm going to take pictures of people being in the parking lot. It's like, okay.
I mean, the problem
There's
is she's
nothing. It's like there's nothing to fucking see here.
No.
she's
At
trying to
all.
do
There's
the lawyer.
nothing to see. We got called by somebody, a third party that wasn't even at the house, because they were panicking over. They were suffering a fucking moment of drama, and that's all it was. It's like a nosy little fucking dweeb had some fucking drama, and all of a sudden they're just like, oh, I've got to report this. I'm trying to get the police over there because, oh my God, you know, all these bad things are going to happen, but nothing's happening. Like, dude shows up, she acts like a bitch, and he says, fuck this, I'm out of here. And he leaves. Like, frustrated, pissed off, aggravated, whatever. Maybe they exchanged words, whatever. He's like, I'm out of here. I got better things to do than waste my time fucking arguing with you. So he leaves. And she's making it sound like he came in there and caused all these problems. It's like perpetuating the drama that doesn't exist. It's like, no, there's no drama. It's like, we argued and then I left and that's it.
So this guy's a cop, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was there. He was there the night supposedly she got her nose broken and punched in the face.
Yeah, that's what
with
I thought.
officer signs.
So what it seems to me is Elaine's trying to do the lawyer thing where you ask the question 50 different ways to try to get a different answer out of them. But the problem is police officers are professional witnesses. They're trained to not fall for that. So it's like he's a giant waste of time.
It's not even that. He's answering the question that she's asking. It's not like he's trained to avoid it. He's answering the question. She says, did you notice any damage to her face? No. And no matter how many times you ask her, however many ways you ask it, no, I didn't see any damage to her face. Did you see any damage to the property? No. So why didn't you take a picture of the lack of damage to the property to her face? I mean, that's the question that she's asking. It's just like, because there's nothing to fucking report. This is drama bullshit. Why am I caught up in your drama bullshit, you fucking psychos? God damn.
Yeah. There's no damage to her face.
There's no damage to her face. There's no damage to property. Nothing happened. There was an argument. People yelled at each other. Someone's fifis got hurt. The other person that was arguing with them removed themselves from the situation.
Yeah.
And oh, wow. This is an ongoing fucking theme with Johnny. He removes himself from a situation whenever it becomes a fucking argument. Whenever he's like, I don't want to deal with this. I don't have the fucking bandwidth. I got better things to do with my fucking life. I'll go over to my other place and sit down and play my guitar for fucking 5 hours while you fucking cool off, because clearly you're not thinking clearly. That's the impression that I get. Yeah. And I think that's the same impression the jury got during this whole thing. It was like, fuck this woman. She's the ones stirring up the shit, causing drama, calling the fucking cops on him whenever there was no reason to. Like,
yeah, but like, I mean, it's so hard to believe. Like, there's no damage to her face, and if anybody's ever watched a boxing fight or an MMA fight, like when she said that he broke her nose, right? Okay, if anybody's ever seen a fight before, you know what a broken nose looks like, and that is not it.
No, I know what a broken nose feels like. I know what a broken nose looks like. It is not a pretty sight, and it blackens up both your eyes. Like, not just a little bit. We're talking like that shit gets black.
It's all the way over.
Here.
You look like a football player.
It doesn't matter which side the fucking nose goes. Your eyes are getting fucking bloodied up because you have your nasal cavity runs up through here under your eyes.
Yeah,
like this is part of your nasal cavity, is right up inside here. So whenever you get your nose broken, all that blood pools up right here, all that pressure builds up right here, and you get fucking black.
Yeah, you get the black marks under your eyes, and you get swelling and all that stuff. Like, I mean, it just, like, if anybody's ever seen it, but then like you can keep going on though. Like, nobody believes that she was damaged by a Maker's Mark bottle either in Australia, because that story is
yeah.
ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
that whole thing's ridiculous. It's like nobody believes any of it. None of it happened.
And that
It's all
wasn't even a
make-believe.
small Maker's Mark bottle. That was one of the liter bottles.
Yeah, I have one of the small ones, and like it's a pretty good shaft on that bottle. Not to mention
And
the
then
wax.
then you add the wax to it, and it's just like,
Yeah.
yeah, that's good. That's gonna. And if somebody is doing what they said was done to her, the amount
Yeah.
of damage that would be done to her internally, the amount of
Exactly.
bleeding, it would be devastating.
Exactly.
I don't
It's
even
like-
believe her dog stepped on a bee. Like, come on.
The only thing that I believe is that she could probably like suck the chrome off a bumper. That's about it.
Did you take any photographs to show a lack of injury?
It's all she needs to be good at, apparently.
Did you take any photos to show
In
a
her
lack
mind.
of damage?
No.
And then this next one is ensure photographs are taken of the scene and damaged property, etc. So I already asked you that one, so let's go to the next one. Canvas
I mean,
location
to be
review
fair,
always-
if she wasn't
Putting over
freaking
and
crazy,
neighbors
that's all Johnny was asking for anyway.
Well, here's the worst part of what Elaine's doing. She's looking at their list of what they're supposed to put on a report. Okay.
Yeah.
So she's looking at a list of these are the things that you're supposed to have on your report. And so she's doing the whole fucking punch list of every single little thing. And she's not asking any substantive questions.
Yeah.
And that's the most annoying portion of her conversation with this officer, because he's sitting there going, I don't remember every single thing that's on there because most of
Yeah.
it doesn't apply. And
Yeah.
she clearly states that she's reading off of, well, did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? Did you do this? It's just like, you've got a fucking punch list that has nothing to do with this kind of case.
Yeah.
It's like you've got your little check boxes. And if you've ever been to a doctor's office, they're like, have you ever done this? Have you ever had this? Does your heart do this? Do you have any sexually transmitted diseases? It's a fucking checkbox. You go down through the checkbox and you're going, yes, 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 no, 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 yes, no, no, yes, 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 no, 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 whatever the fuck your answer is. And that's all she's doing. She's going through a goddamn checkbox, and it's just like, I just want to punch her right in the fucking forehead. So,
Yeah. She just thinks it's a form.
Yes.
Who did you interview?
I spoke with the gentleman.
All right, anyone else?
No, that's it.
no,
Now, there were two females
that's the
present in addition to the
fucking
third, was there
fifth
not?
or sixth time that you
Yeah,
said that.
including her. I believe there's two.
Sorry, Lefty.
You don't recall the
language.
third woman there?
No, I don't recall the one being there.
All right. Did you ask if there was anybody else that was present who had witnessed any aspect of this?
I don't recall exactly, but
Let's go to exhibit number 11. So what did you determine this call was after your investigation?
dispute,
Stupid.
a verbal dispute. It's not against the law to argue. I argue in my life.
So you decided that there was only a verbal dispute, therefore it didn't constitute domestic violence?
From the information or lack of information I was able to receive from the witness and the information my partner gathered, yes.
Is it your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if they engage in neglect of duty?
Yes.
Right. Is it also your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on misconduct charges at the LAPD if they violate department policies, rules, or procedures?
All that she's doing right here is threatening him. That's
Exactly.
it. That's all she's doing. She's threatening him with violating department policies, rules, or procedures. That's what she's doing. She's making a veiled threat here.
Yeah.
And
But the thing
he's-
is he did exactly what he was supposed to.
exactly.
She
Exactly.
just doesn't understand it. She can't get through her stinking, 70s haircut.
That ain't even 70s. It was like fucking 50s. It's like, go bake me some cookies, Elaine.
She's probably not good at that either.
And is it
I bet they taste like ass.
your understanding that a police officer can be brought up on charges of misconduct if
Broke
they
a
engage in
tooth on
conduct
Elaine's
that may tend to
cookies.
reflect unfavorably upon the employee or the department?
Yes.
That's what their cat said.
All right. Thank you. Your next witness is by deposition also. I assume you need a few minutes to switch that out. Are you ready to? We're ready.
We're ready. Are they ready?
Oh, I think that's right. Okay, well, we go ahead and it's early, but let's go ahead and take a morning recess for 15 minutes. So we
All
can
right,
hear
take
that
your
set up for
morning
the next witness,
recess,
okay?
you
So don't talk to anybody. Don't do any
skanks.
outside research. All right.
And
I feel like
Amber
you
up
said
here
last
arguing
time,
shit.
Amber couldn't even get some of her quote unquote friends to fly from LA.
Yeah.
into
Yeah.
Pennsylvania.
Because, yeah,
It's embarrassing.
it's so ridiculous.
There we go.
Okay. Officer Gatlin. Can you spell the last name for me in the court reporter?
Isn't this the same dude?
G-A-T-L-I-N.
Okay,
I think this is the other officer that was there that night.
No, the other officer was the chick.
That's one. Oh,
Look what I
William
thought.
Gatlin, business address 251 East 6th Street in Los Angeles, California, 90014.
How long have you been an officer with the LAPD?
8 years.
What is your rank?
Police officer 2.
Now, you're
no, you have to remember there was 2 sets of officers that showed up over there to the address. There were 2 different times that officers showed up. I think this officer either showed up first or second. So there were 2 different sets. And my wife has made it home, so kudos to her.
Oh yeah, he does look like the dude from Pawn Stars.
was officer Dean, is that correct?
Yes.
You were wearing your body
The
cam
kid.
on May 21, 2016?
Yeah.
Yes.
When were you first assigned body
He's
cam?
young.
Sometime in 2015, I think. I don't remember.
Officer Gatlin, I'm going to show you what has been marked as defendant's exhibit number 6.
Well,
I'm
T-Rex,
going to go ahead and go down to the second.
Young says, tell T-Rex I say hi.
What's up, Young? How's it going?
And we have a hello over there.
Hello, Benjamin Gray. Good to see you. Glad you could make it.
What's up, Ben? What's up, going?
And this is the incident
Gonna make our night.
for you and Officer Diener for May 21, 2016, in connection with the call at the Eastern Columbia.
Go ahead, Bot.
49 South Broadway.
If you want to do it.
Now, Officer Diener indicated that he believed that he was driving.
We're
that
all
night. Is that
ears.
your recollection as well?
Yes.
When Officer Diener is driving, what does that mean you're doing?
It means I handle the computer.
Based on the incident recall, when did you arrive at the scene, you and Officer Diener?
We arrived at scene, it looks like at 22:24.
And that is.
So that's
10:24?
11:24.
Correct.
So when you
10:24.
arrived, do you recall whether there were any other
Sorry.
police officers that were on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any press on the scene?
I do not believe there was.
Do you recall whether there was any type of public gathering involved?
No.
Was it relatively quiet?
From my recollection, yes.
Did you see very many people in the lobby when you came through?
Not that I remember.
Okay. And then tell me what you recall of this incident once you got there and you were shown to the elevator.
I remember we went up the elevator, exited the elevator.
Were you
walked down the hallway
loving
to
it up when you were
the
going
number,
down?
Knocked on the door. A male answered the door, and at that point, I really didn't know whether this guy is potentially the suspect, if this guy is involved in the altercation, or who this guy was. So we kind of talked to him for a second, and he advised us that the police had already been there. He had a business card from them, and we told him that we still needed to step inside to check on the subject or potential victim, just to make sure that she's okay and that this is indeed related to the previous incident and not a new incident where the suspect had potentially returned and caused there's another new issue at hand.
So do you
Oh, wow. Let's see. So searches all NCIC person files without limitations. Made name, blah, 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 order, warrant number, blah, 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 bail case number, subject be the same as, immediately confirmed with resident, restraining orders, no restraining orders. So right here, I'll circle what I'm sort of saying here. So no restraining orders there, and it says response date, and it says basically the same date right there. Information file is valid, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. Information, office work date, bunch of codes, don't understand those. Insurance information file valid, blah, blah, blah. Jacksonville City, Florida, zip, blah, blah, blah. Doesn't matter. Nothing to see there. So absolute garbage. Bunch of stuff on the page that means absolutely nothing whatsoever.
Yep.
Do you recall that you already knew that this place had that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had answered the call before you got there?
All right, what do we got? Let's go back just a little bit there. No. Smog. Great.
Place had that another officer had answered the call, or other officers had.
All right. So we got nothing. why are they scrolling through all this stuff that has nothing to do with it whatsoever? Administrative message, blah blah blah. VW dealership suspect, male, black, 35 years old, with dreadlocks. Suspect fled on a mountain bike with a laptop computer, a 15-inch MacBook Pro. There you go.
Answered the call before you got there.
And so that's what the cops are dealing with. Like some dude showed up, like stole a laptop. Okay, incident initiated by Guerrero. Teletype from NYPD with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Okay, so this is important right here. So with her friends, and she began screaming at her husband. Heard husband, Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11". Limits recommended, blah, blah, blah. Location info reviewed. In penthouse number 3, apartment number 3. Stacked incident. Broadway, just basically giving out address here. So then command was reassigned. Stacked incident. Broadway, verbal argument only. Right there. Checked that. Gone. Suspect. No, so that's it. Nothing to see there. Just a bunch of gobbledygook that they show up there for no reason.
I already knew there was a previous caller.
And how did you know that?
Just kind of keeping track.
Love the reference to media being there. Well, I mean, of course the media wasn't there because why? I mean, it wasn't an incident at the time. It looks like, yeah.
When you're on the computer, you kind of are able to keep track of the calls throughout the night and where they're at and what's going on.
And did you know that Officer Sines and Haddon had been the ones who had answered the call earlier?
No.
I believe so.
Oh, really?
Did you speak with Officer Sines or Officer Haddon before you went to the Eastern Columbia building?
No.
I'm going to take you down to the same exhibit.
Take you down to Funky Town.
Page that's base stamp numbered LAPD 11. And I'm going to ask you, this is a TOMSG data log. Do you recognize this document?
I've never seen this before. I've never seen one of these documents before.
All right. Do you?
Just make sure if you're new in here, hit the like button, subscribe if you're not subscribed, and you get all the updates of all the craziness that we do. You never know what it's going to be. Just saying. Love y'all.
Have a recollection of receiving an administrative message at 22:22:30, which would be 10:22:30, saying incident 4756 is the same incident as yours. 18.
And if you feel like throwing money, feel free. Nobody's going to object to it. Nobody gets angry about it, but don't overextend yourself.
Hey, can you go back 10 seconds? I think she did military time conversion wrong.
10 seconds. All right.
10:22:30, saying incident.
Yeah, she's saying 22:30 is 11:30, right? That's not right.
22:30 would be 10:30.
Yeah,
because 23:30 would be 11:30, but it doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called
just
back,
another
probably
example
just
of her
delayed
being
response.
dumb.
I do not recall. I do not recall getting that message.
Right below it, at 22:23:22, which is 10:23 and change, it shows that your unit responded with ROG, in other words, Roger, to that message. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that have been you that did that, or would that have been Officer Diener?
Probably me.
Okay. And is that because you weren't driving and Officer Diener was?
Yes.
Okay. So does this refresh your recollection of what had been communicated to you and why you knew that someone had already answered this call earlier?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the term cycle of violence?
Yes.
Well, typically, do you make arrests on domestic abuse calls?
Sometimes we do, and sometimes the other party's no longer at scene, and we would just take a report.
Okay. Are there times where they just refuse to cooperate and you just left?
I'm with you, Johnny, on this.
Yeah, there are times like
Just
that.
sitting there scratching your head like, oh.
I guess like the totality of the circumstance based on just because someone's uncooperative doesn't automatically mean that we'll just leave. If we're, observe some kind of injuries, or if there's a third party witness that's cooperative, that could lean in, where even if the victim's uncooperative, that would still take some sort of action.
Now I'm going to ask you to turn to page 13 here. And this is the CAD summary report. What, if any, involvement did you have in this?
I would be the one that kind of closes out the incidents on the computer.
So the writings over to the right of the screen would be what I would type into the computer to close out the call.
And so you would have typed in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence?
Yes.
That's what he
Who
said.
told you that it was a verbal argument only?
Based on the knowledge I had of the previous call, I'm able to see potentially how they closed out the call, and I could have seen it from there.
So you could have gotten this from A1A.
1A1.
1A1, yeah, their report. Officer Science and Officer Haddon, and then just repeated it here.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of anyone in the apartment up in Penthouse 3 saying that there had been a verbal argument only?
Not to my recollection.
Well, let me just jump back to the events of May 21 for a moment. Were you aware that that was the apartment of Johnny Depp and Amber Heard?
No.
When did you first become aware of that?
I don't remember.
Are they talking months, days, hours?
It was a couple days.
And do you remember how you learned of it?
No, I don't.
And did you know who Johnny Depp was at that time?
Yeah.
And were you a fan of Johnny Depp's as of May 21, 2016?
I guess I liked a couple of his movies. I don't know. I'm not like rushing out to go see him or anything. I don't know.
Are you a fan of Johnny Depp's today?
I can remember the last movie I saw of his.
Did you know who Amber Heard was as of May 21, 2016?
I was aware that there was an actress by the name of Amber Heard, but I was not totally familiar with her or any of her work.
When you saw the name Amber Heard on the incident recalls, did it register with you that she was an actress?
No.
Did you recognize Amber Heard when you came to the apartment on May 21, 2016?
No.
How close did you come to Amber Heard while you were in the apartment?
I'd have to say probably between 10 and 15 feet.
And what was the lighting like where Amber Heard was sitting?
It's pretty dim.
Did you ask to see Amber Heard's face in the light?
No.
Did you ask Amber Heard whether she had any injuries?
No.
Did you interview any of the persons present about what had taken place earlier that night?
No.
Why not?
Because I was aware that there was a previous call regarding the incident, and the male that answered the door kind of made it clear to us that this is still left over from that same incident, and a new incident had not occurred. So I didn't feel the need to at that time.
Did you go through and search the entire apartment, including bedrooms, offices, and other areas?
No.
Again, why not?
He kind of
Same as I
resembles Chris
explained earlier,
Farley.
and they were all adamant that her husband was no longer at scene.
Did you go into any of the other adjoining apartments?
You like that?
You asked where the husband was. Why did you ask where the husband was?
Because in the comments of the call, it stated the husband and wife were arguing.
And it was also a domestic violence.
Yeah, it's a domestic violence call, and it wouldn't be uncommon for the male to answer the door to tell us that he's not the husband, and later it turns out that he is. So we kind of have to talk to the.
Oh, you're welcome. The witnesses landed on trial. Thank you for reviewing the documentation on the screen. By the way, no, not a problem. I mean, it's interesting to me, the documentation that they're flashing across the screen that's being thrown in as evidentiary. I mean, that's going to be part of the record because they threw it in there. So yeah, no problem.
Yeah, other party involved to make sure that that's not the male that's involved in the argument.
Did any of the four people that were in the apartment identify Johnny Depp as that male?
No.
No.
Was there
I
any
couldn't
effort
push that.
by any of the people in that apartment to get you to press charges or investigate further?
No.
No.
Would you say the people were reluctant to even have you come into the apartment?
It felt that way.
And what occurred that made it feel like that?
They didn't want him to come in.
Well, no, the reason they don't want him to come in is because they probably had a bunch of freaking drugs laying around. I mean, the last thing you want to have is police officers showing up whenever you're like doing lines off each other's ass in an apartment. Just saying. Let's clean up a little bit, put the bongs away, all that kind of shit, water pipes,
Mhm.
whatever. You don't want to have that
Get
stuff
the X
being
out.
shown. Yeah,
Sweep up them
wanna-
lines.
you don't want to have drugs laying out whenever the cops show up at your doorstep. Just
Yeah.
saying.
Especially since Johnny Depp isn't there.
Yeah.
Because nobody's going to recognize who these hoes are.
Well, and they probably wouldn't have recognized him anyway, off the top of their head. I mean, they would just been like, okay, some dude living in a high rise. Be like, oh, was that? Oh, until he says his name. If you see Johnny Depp outside of like this courtroom, whenever because he does wear makeup,
Yeah.
It's not uncommon. I mean, I've seen pictures of him with where his security guard had taken pictures of him. That does not look like him.
Yeah.
I mean, at all. So, I mean, he looks different whenever he's doesn't have a little bit of makeup on, or his hair or suit, or, you know, whatever.
Yeah.
You might not recognize him right off the top of your head, which is not a big deal. There's nothing wrong with that. Speculation warning. There you go.
I'd almost argue it's
Just
intentional.
the way that the male was acting to answer the door, and he kind of just said, "Oh, let me just go grab the business card from the previous call." And then even so, when we had went inside, it didn't seem like anybody was particularly eager to talk to us.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit 1, Defendant's Exhibit 1.
And you notice they bring up the mail online. That's like Windows XP too. That's horrible.
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah. It's not even a good Adobe Acrobat right there. That's like the cheap stuff. But hey, that's fine.
This is the Daily
Hey,
Mail Online.
if you have
July
to,
3rd,
Fox it.
2020. I'm going to go down
Hey.
to
FOXIT, Fox it.
What if
They make
any
a great
evidence
reader if you don't want to
did
use
you
Adobe.
observe when you went to the penthouse?
Oh, wait, what did we miss here? So it says Ben Ashford updated, blah, blah, blah.
What if any evidence?
Officers came to the penthouse, thoroughly searched and interviewed, and left after seeing no damage to face or property. So Amber and her friends spilled a little wine, roughed up the place, got their story straight under the direction of a lawyer and publicist. Then she placed a second call to 911.
Evidence did you observe when you?
Quite simply, this was an ambush, a hoax. They set up Mr. Depp by calling the cops, but the first attempt didn't do the trick, he told the dailymail.com. That was what Adam Waldman did. Okay, so if you're an attorney and you say something, it doesn't necessarily mean that your client says something.
Yeah.
I think Elaine fails to understand this.
Yeah. I mean, there would be certain circumstances under which that would be true, but
this is not one of them.
This is not one of them. Yes. Because they still have the ability to speak on their own.
Exactly.
It's kind of an interesting thing how that works.
May 21, 2016, that Amber Heard and her friends were attempting to concoct an abuse hoax to set up Johnny Depp to be
That's what it sounds like.
of domestic violence.
None that I can recall.
What, if any, evidence did you see?
How would you know?
Amber and her friends spilling wine and roughing the place up?
None.
And what, if any, evidence did you see that Amber and her friends had concocted and gotten their story straight and were relaying them to you when you arrived?
Okay. This is why she's got her timeline all jacked up. Because what you're seeing is him saying, I didn't see anything. Nothing was going on. Didn't see shit. But this is not what they brought forward in the UK trial.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Adam Waldman wrote that stuff to the Daily Mail. Was just like, so they concocted this stuff after all the police have left. They made sure that 911 came again. They roughed up the place a little bit, made it look a little bit rougher than it did before. Then they took pictures of it. Those are the ones they posted. It had nothing to do with the police seeing anything, but it had everything to do with them giving that perception that Johnny did a whole bunch of destruction to the place.
None.
Did Amber or her friends at any time while you were at the apartment on May 1, 2016, claim that Johnny Depp had committed domestic violence of Amber?
Not to me, they didn't.
Did you see them do that to Officer Dino?
No.
What, if any, efforts did Amber Heard make
What, if
to come
any?
over and to show you any evidence of injuries?
None.
And what, if any, effort did Amber Heard or her friends make to try to show you any type of property damage?
None.
And what, if any, evidence do you have that Amber or her friends placed a second call to 911?
I don't have any evidence that it was one of her friends. I just know that there was a second call placed.
That's it right there.
Yep, exactly.
So what they're trying to say is there was no defamation in this because the police didn't see anything. That's
Yeah.
what they're trying to claim. It makes sense now.
Exactly.
Well, actually, if I can recall, I think it said that her friend was on the phone with her and heard her arguing with her husband.
Who said that?
I believe that's what the incident recall said.
Did you ever provide a sworn deposition saying that you saw no evidence of a crime at the penthouse before today?
No.
Are you aware of whether Officer Dean?
He's under oath right now.
Sworn deposition saying he saw no evidence?
Jesus.
He has not.
Now this call came in at 20:30, which is approximately 8:30 regular time, PM, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then a little bit further down, just 7 minutes later, comes a duplicate call that appears to come from the New York Police Department. So
Yes.
there's roughly 7 minutes of each other, correct?
Yes.
Did you see that when you were looking back and trying to look at the history?
I believe I saw all of this.
Did you see in any of the incident recalls or any of the documentation that you reviewed that the officer Science and Haddon reported to the scene, left the scene, closed out, and then another call was made to come to 849 South Broadway?
Yes.
What did you see?
The second call created was the one that we had received.
And it says, this is 2209, which would be 1009, right, roughly?
Yes.
It says teletype from NYPD ICAP. Female stated she was on the phone with her friend. She began screaming at her husband. Subject Amber Heard, husband Johnny Heard, male, 53 years old, 5'11", NFD, NFI. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. But that's New York Police Department. And back here, it says New York Police Department, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But after you communicated down here, on the administrative text messages, and I'm now on LAPD 11, this is 2222, you now know it's the same incident as yours, and 1A1 handled earlier. Doubt she called back, probably just delayed response, correct?
Yeah, this is just a message from another unit. So, I mean, just because they're basically just sending me a message that it's related, it doesn't mean that it's exactly the same call.
By the time you showed up at the door of Penthouse 3 at the Eastern Columbia building, you already knew that Officer Science had handled this call, and you were just double checking to make sure that the perpetrator wasn't there and that everybody was okay, correct?
I was aware that Officer Science had handled a call at that location earlier, but it doesn't mean that I treat it as if it's handled already. We still have to get there and speak to them and make that determination that it's not a completely new incident.
Okay, and you did that, right?
Yes.
And you put in the system for this call. (2046) to 2122, met with Vic, check location, verified husband left location, victim advised verbal dispute and refused to give any further information. Actually, that was Haddon and Sons, right?
That wasn't me. I didn't put that in.
And then what you put in, that was why I couldn't find it. You put in 2217, and I'm sure you weren't there till 301, but we have to have some dates about that. You put in related to previous incident, verbal argument only, checked residence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your putting verbal argument only was based on what you had reviewed with Science and Haddon, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what is marked as defendant's exhibit number 2, and it's a picture, it's a portion of a video clip from the ECD building, and it has 5/21/2016, and the time is 22/28/14. Do you recognize the person in this picture?
Yes.
And who is in this picture?
Officer Diener.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit number 3, and that's reflecting a video clip again, and it's dated 5/21/2016 and says 22/28/15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the two from yours and from Officer Diener, so I'm going to go through and show those to you.
Oh yeah, the video.
Yeah, so this is the property manager or whoever's on staff that day allowing them up the stairs.
Yeah.
It's funny how he's glitched out. His eyes are all closed.
He's like, I don't need to watch it. I was there.
So any damage in the hall that you see at this point?
No.
Do I need to rewind it a little bit? Tell me, do you see any damage as they come out? Nothing? Nothing broken?
No. There's something on the ground right there.
something on the ground right here, but doesn't
Yeah.
doesn't look like anything drastic.
But that could have been. Wasn't there like Oh no, because that would have had the bottle. Because I
No,
remember
that comes in later, but
that's later.
just
Yeah,
just
because
I
there's
wa-
a stain on the floor.
yeah, I sort of wanted to point out what do you see? Anything? Nothing.
No, it's not until you get to the stain.
Nothing there.
Nope.
Nothing there. They're coming
Nope.
up on the door. So apparently,
Later, Nikki.
so later on, there's this sconce up here is broken,
Good night, Nikki.
and there's wine spilled here.
Yeah.
Hey, good night, Nikki. Oh, you're gonna do that, really? You're gonna give the pillows some head and the sheets some of that sweet ass. You have a pleasant night.
That is a very interesting way to put that.
Well, what else would I? How else would I put it? But
I
yeah,
meant the way
later
that
on.
she put it.
Well, she puts it however she likes to put it.
I mean, clearly.
Clearly. All right. Now here we're coming up on the next turn. I think it's now that I see it, it's might be this sconce right here, and there might be wine right here. Maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I remember Isaac explaining this.
Oh, not there. Yep, here they are.
I think it's
What is it?
I can't remember because I don't remember which way Isaac came from. I think it's behind that guy is where the wine was.
I think you're right. I think Isaac is back over in this area over here somewhere.
That's what I was thinking too. If I'm remembering the map layout correctly.
And I still don't see anything back there.
No.
Get your hand out of your pocket.
Playing with his pickle.
Speaking of pickles.
You did what? You want some pickles?
No, I said speaking of pickles.
The one with the black hair, is your name Emerson? Oh, that's weird. It's Emerson big old titties, you know what I'm saying?
Oh my goddamn ribs. I think I laughed so hard the other night, like I legit think that I hurt my ribs.
You were laughing? Why were you laughing?
That fucker hurt so bad.
What's up, Jacob Castro over there on the Rumble side?
Oh.
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Oh.
Yeah, we had to get you.
Oh,
No,
man.
we will.
Ow.
Son needs to do some sit-ups. Lose that gut.
I don't remember who this guy was.
That's that is Amber's sister, Whitney. Is that her name, Whitney? Something like that.
Yeah, Whitney.
That's her boyfriend. That's living there rent free.
Oh.
Also, yeah.
I know.
He gets questioned later. Also,
I thought that was Rocky's boyfriend.
no, Rocky is a dude.
No. Rocky was the
No, Rocky is a female.
EXO.
Raquel
That's right. It
Pennington.
was.
I think you're thinking of IO, who's the
yeah.
Trini Chun.
Yeah, Trini Trun. It might be Rocky's boy. It's one of their boyfriends, either Whitney's or Rocky's.
I thought
Yeah,
I thought
you're
Whitney
right.
was single.
Well,
I don't know.
You would be too with a face like that too.
Who, Whitney? Her sister? She's
Yeah.
married.
Well, no, at the time I think she was single.
Oh, at the
At the time
time?
she was single. Yeah.
Yeah. Somebody
Yeah.
married that crazy hoe.
I mean, it was a sympathy.
Yeah, she has
sympathy murder.
kids, I guess.
That's a good thing.
Oh, is that why Amber wanted them?
Well,
Yeah. So
maybe
then
Whitney surrogated for her. You never
Rocky's
know.
boyfriend, and yeah, the reason he has a gut is you never trust the skinny chef.
He's a chef. Never trust a skinny chef. Yeah.
True dat. True
That
dat.
is true. That's true.
Just because we got another call, we came again, so let me
So he's trying to get the dogs out of the way. Wait
Yeah.
a second. Those little creatures. Look at that. Look at those little creatures. Those little creatures are the ones that left
The huge thing on the
something
bed.
a bed about the size of them.
Yeah.
We'll just come in and just check. We just need to make sure everybody in here is okay. And then
One of those little things left a big giant honking chunk of drug induced feces on their bed.
Yeah.
I wonder which one it was. Which
Is,
one is she accusing of it? Any damage
crazy.
that you notice?
Oh, not yet.
No.
we just got another notification. So
That's pretty good layout though.
we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's
Is that?
Good Lord. Got
I know that
wine
was the
bottle here,
corner.
got wine bottle here, wine glasses here, something there.
I remember from the pictures, this was
Wine
the
over
corner where the quote unquote damage was.
Yeah.
okay. You're all good? Nobody else is in here?
No. The other officer came by and checked the apartment and the other place as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
You see the
Dude,
ears
look
on
at
this little guy right
Look
here?
at that rat.
It's got ears.
Is definitely not here. Not here? Okay.
Look at those ears.
Probably like 2 hours ago.
Look at the ears.
Everything all good then?
Now it's good.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, if you guys need anything else, just call us back. You have a good night.
Okay, so this is the second group. They see any damage?
Thank you. Definitely give you a minute.
And then they leave. Okay.
So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
Copy hot. Burning up. Word around penthouse 3.
Before we go further, can you show you now you're putting document says 22, 28, 15. Do you recognize the person in this?
Yeah, that's me and Officer Diener.
I'm going to show you now the video cam footage. I've got the 2 from yours and from Officer Diener. So I'm going to go through and show those to you. As okay. So this one is defendant's exhibit number 4.
Copy hot. Burning up. Word around penthouse 3.
Before we go further, can you tell whether this one is your video cam footage or it is Officer Diener's?
This appears to be Officer Diener's.
And so that's you over here?
Yes.
Can you tell whether it's you or Officer Diener that's saying Officer Signs?
I cannot tell.
Okay. How did you know that it was Officer Signs who'd been there?
Because I was aware which unit had responded to the call there, and I knew that she was working that unit.
I don't know if it's related to the same call from earlier or if somebody called.
She was working that unit, all right.
When you guys know someone in New York or something? Yeah.
The lady just needs to work that unit right.
Mhm.
Talk to your wife, just make sure it's not mine or whoever your conversation was. Yeah. Whoever it is, you know, we just gotta check on, make sure they're all good. I'll go get the business card from the cops. Just because we got another call, we came in, so make sure.
Now, would you say, and I'll represent this as Josh Drew, and he's already provided testimony. Would you say that Josh Drew was discouraging you from even coming into the apartment or seeing Amber Heard?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if she called twice or whoever called, but we just got another notification. So we just need to come in and make sure that everybody's okay. If they're all good. Nobody else is in here?
No. The other officer came by.
All right. Officer Gatlin, can you tell which one of these people is doing the talking, of these 3 girls, women?
Looks like Amber.
I can't tell for certain, but it appears to me it's the girl in the middle. That's the one that's leaning forward with the white shirt.
Do you know which one of these is Amber Heard?
From this view, I can't tell.
Do you know what color hair?
She's
the
not that
person
impressive.
that's the most forward is in the middle has?
I can't tell from this.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the woman the furthest right is? It's in front.
I can't tell. It looks like her head is in a shadow.
Okay. Can you tell what color hair the person that's middle but in the back?
No, same. Everything looks like the tops of their heads
She's
are in shadows.
completely
And you
unremarkable.
believe that the one
Yep.
to the left is Amber Heard?
No, I believe that's the one that's doing most of the talking.
I can check the pregnant and the other appointment as well.
Yeah.
It must have been like a double call.
Okay. Who's Amber? Okay. Johnny is.
Did you see anybody acknowledge that they identify themselves as Amber?
It looks like it was the girl sitting furthest away from me, or furthest away from the camera.
Okay. And how would you describe the lighting in there?
Pretty dim and dark.
You said earlier you thought you were 10 to 15 feet away. How much would you estimate?
That's what you do whenever you're doing drugs. You don't want to have it well lit. Shit.
I would still say it's in that
Kind of
range.
look like a
Did you get
drug
clear
den.
look at any of these three women?
I can't remember.
And did you ask to have any of them come out into the lighting so that you could take a better look at them to see if potentially they might have injuries?
No.
What perception did you have about the level of cooperation of these four individuals with your answering this call?
Pretty low level of cooperation.
There you go.
Now can we bring up exhibit number 5? It's the other video. I just want to run through both of them because there's a little bit of different angle in the two.
So we're gonna see this again. Okay.
It's just a different angle. It's a different it's the dude who's
different
actually
officer.
sitting there.
A different officer.
Yeah, because this is
There's two
him.
officers.
Because the other officer was the woman, so this is him
No,
this time.
no, there's two men. The
Oh.
second one, there's two men. The first one, there's a man and a woman.
Oh, I thought he said that Diener was a woman because he said she was working that unit.
Well, that right there is the officer in front where we saw the camera a minute
Yeah,
ago.
that's a Diener, and the reason I said it was a woman is because he said that she was working that unit.
Yeah, different, because they're the second crew.
Yeah, yeah,
So this is the other officer's viewpoint, the one that was leaning up against the wall,
yeah,
which I think is
Well,
him, the chunkier one. The one
yeah.
in front of him
This is
appears
the
to be
bigger
much
guy's
skinnier.
view. But what he said when we watched the first one, that she was working that unit. That's why he knew who it was or whatever. But it's clearly not a woman.
No. I mean, you say that, but this is 2020. Kidding. There's- This call were in a poorer area have gone different. No, I disagree. I disagree with you right there. If this call was in a poor area or of town, it would have gone different. No, it wouldn't have. That's the big misconception. It ain't all Hollywood TV shit. If somebody was acting like an ass, then it would have gone different. But if it was a poor part of the neighborhood, they would have handled it the same way. Walking into a situation, you're assessing, you're looking around, you're making sure that everybody's safe. You don't see anything. You don't see any issue. You just move on your fucking way.
Yeah, move on down the line.
I mean, I've lived in the poor neighborhoods. I've lived in wealthier neighborhoods and lived in the middle class. And it's all the same. It just depends on how they're responding. If someone's like if she would have been throwing hands or something like that, throwing shit, then yeah, it would have gone different. But she's being just chill. I mean, she's hanging back and sitting there going, yeah, they called earlier. Somebody was here earlier today. They would have been kicking down the door or crap like that. It's not how it happens.
Yeah.
They're just assessing the situation as it goes. I'm more interested in the pups. They look so damn cute. Poor puppies. Everything's good. All right. See you. Bye.
Peace.
That's it. Nothing to see.
Now showing you defendant's exhibit number 5. I'm going to just stop you for a minute. Does this appear to be the video cam from your video cam?
Yes.
Good Lord.
Mhm.
Sounds like they're having sex.
Plastic on plastic.
Rubbing plastic.
It's like
Bad mic.
Barbie giving Ken a hand job.
No, no. Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm just stopping here again on these 3 women. You had indicated before the woman that's leaning forward here that she's in the middle. Is that correct?
It appears that way.
And you think she's the one who did most of the talking, correct?
Yeah, right now she was the one talking.
Okay. And you believe that Amber's
Talking
the one in the
shit.
back behind her?
Yes.
Are you able to see the right side of Amber's face?
From this camera view, it looks like she's kind of facing straight towards me. So I would have been able to see the right side of her face from there.
Would you have been able to see it clearly?
Yes.
Due to the low lighting, probably not very clearly.
No. Maybe. And see, this is the most insufferable part of Lane's questioning.
No, it looks like from this camera view, most of the time, like half of her head is blocked from the woman in front of her.
Can you tell whether she's wearing any makeup?
No.
No, she's good at the cocky.
I must say, I am just absolutely enthralled. This is so exciting watching nothing happen 3 times.
It's exciting. Well, I'm glad we could excite you, T-Rex.
No.
I actually said enthralled.
I'm sorry, there was somebody like humping a microphone here. What did you say?
I said I was enthralled, which is like more than exciting.
Yeah. It happens.
I think that means you're involved then. Are you the one giving Ken a hand job?
Well, Lane's question is the most insufferable part of the entire trial. Yeah, but she can't
Yeah.
shut up. She can't help herself.
Yeah.
Do you think I'm an idiot? Yes, Lane. We all think you're an idiot.
And hey, T-Rex, just FYI, your camera froze.
Yes.
It'll come back.
It's okay. It's only snow.
And
Yeah.
when you say that,
So, can we say that T-Rex's picture is snowy?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
who's sitting here today, say that the person in these 3 photos, defendants,
Yeah, that didn't fix it.
is the same person that was sitting on that sofa in the back.
Are you? Is it frozen, or is it just because the road? looks
No,
the
it's
same?
frozen. Like it's frozen.
Do you disagree with my description of what's in this picture?
No, I was stating that I didn't observe that when I was inside the apartment.
Are you able to testify whether Amber Heard was the victim of domestic violence by Mr. Depp on April 1, 2016?
Based on our investigation, it appeared as if she was not.
Oh, there you go.
Oops.
It's working now, T-Rex.
There we go.
I suck.
No, you don't.
I don't know what happened. I don't know how that happened. Oh,
You probably hit a button.
damn it. I did.
You
I'm an
poked
idiot.
the button, Shizzy.
Buttons.
You know what
Yeah.
happens when you poke the button?
I hit buttons. That's what
Mm.
happened. There we go.
Lovely things happen when you push the button.
Why is it doing that? Damn it. Stop screen. Son of a buck. Where's that share screen? Well, let's see if I can make this happen.
It triggered.
There we go.
Triggered.
Now
Hey,
we got it.
triggered.
Hey,
That
triggered.
was
What's
my,
up?
that was my second favorite Aussie doing today.
No.
Did you ask any of the individuals to give you a
Hello,
statement about
panel.
what transpired?
Hello, chat.
I believe the female that was
The
sitting in the middle of the tree
chatterbuzz.
told us that everything was fine and that the other officers had already conducted an investigation on the incident prior to our arrival.
Did you ask that individual to give you a statement?
All I can say is if you came over here to simp for Jessica, just make sure you buy her a cup.
Yeah.
That's all
Or
I'm
like
saying.
me, you can buy 2 cups.
Exactly. Instead of having 2 girls in 1 cup, he has 1 cup or 2 cups with 1 girl.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty hot. Yeah.
For that, no.
Did you take that individual aside and try to interview
I
her without the others present?
Disavow
Why not?
that last comment.
As I just stated, everybody there had told us that the officers who had responded a couple hours before us had conducted the investigation, and this is our fault still stemming from that incident. And there have been no change in the circumstance since then.
Dirty
Do
simp.
you know whether Officer Science and Officer Haddon took any of the individuals aside and interviewed them?
No.
Did you at any point ask Amber Heard to come forward and examine her in the light to see if she had any injuries?
No, because
Did
we didn't
you
want to hit her
take
with a flashlight.
just to see if she had any visible injuries to her face or her body?
Did you hit her with a
Did
flashlight?
you ask Amber Heard if she had any injuries?
No.
No, but I
Asking
should
you
have.
whether you're in a position as a police officer to testify under oath
So
that
you
Johnny
stop
Depp
calling the
did
fucking
not commit
cops.
any abuse
She
to
might
Amber
have
Heard on
liked
May
it.
21, 2016.
I don't believe I'm in the position to testify whether he did or did not because I was not there when the incident potentially occurred.
Whoa. Slam on you.
And you
bitch.
didn't conduct your own independent investigation, correct?
There's
Outside
no
of the
investigation to
female
be
telling us that
had.
everything was fine, and the male that answered the door told us that the other officers had already came and talked to everybody, and she told us they checked both 2 apartments. So I felt at that time sufficient that, as I stated, there's no change in the circumstance from the previous call, so we did not go further into investigation.
And
There
that's
you
the
go.
extent of your investigation, correct?
Correct.
Did you do that?
Correct.
That night on May 21,
Jesus,
2016?
woman.
Did you do
Stop being
anything
insufferable.
other than what we have looked at on the video camera in connection with investigating whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence with Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
Do you
No.
know whether Johnny Depp committed domestic violence of Amber Heard on May 21, 2016?
No.
No.
Do you? Do
Do
you?
you?
Do you, Elaine?
Alejandro Romero.
Ah, the
Oh,
car
here
guy.
he goes. Oh, yeah.
And if I
You
might,
might
Your
have
Honor,
to
this
slow
is
it
another one
down
that begins
for
with questioning by
Alejandro.
counsel for Ms. Heard
Yes.
and later on
Now we're
switches
going to get some
to questioning
action.
counsel for Mr. Depp.
Just so you can get the
I want action tonight.
details of the way that he handles it.
My name, my name is Alejandro Romero. I go by Alex.
What is your
Was it
current
Alex?
occupation?
Alex, you are awesome.
He's amazing.
You can come hang out with me anytime, bro. Guaranteed. Not that you have time dealing with these crazy folks, but just saying, we would hang.
I work at the front desk of the Eastern Columbia building.
And is that for the Action Property Management Company?
That's correct.
How long have you been employed at the Eastern Columbia building?
Approximately 13 years.
And could you
Jesus.
please describe what
Good
kind
job,
of work you do for the Eastern Columbia building?
Most of it is just access control, and I deal with a lot of residents regarding their packages and food deliveries.
Yeah.
And have you done that pretty much the whole 10 years?
That's correct.
13.
I'm going to take you back to 2015 and 2016 for a moment. How many people would you say would go through the building on any particular day in that time? I'm talking tenants and visitors.
I cannot say a number because there's 147 units in the building, and there are visitors, guests, friends, Actually, we used to send delivery people up. We don't send it anymore because of the COVID. But I cannot tell you a number. There's thousands of people probably.
Have you ever met Johnny Depp?
I saw him a couple of times.
Do you remember what Mr. Depp was wearing on any of those occasions?
Nope.
Nope.
Do you remember
Clothes.
what jewelry he had?
Nope.
Nope.
Do you remember what headgear he was wearing? He was wearing a
Nope.
scarf or a hat.
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Depp was wearing any makeup or eyeliner?
Nope.
on the
Nope. I
front?
don't remember. Nope.
You couldn't tell me one way or the other, right?
No.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp had ever been physically violent with Amber Heard? And by this, I mean hitting, punching, throwing objects at her, kicking her,
I bet it's
headbutting
nope.
her. Do you know one way or the other whether Mr. Depp ever did that to Ms. Heard?
Nope.
Have you ever
I like
seen
this
Mr.
guy.
Depp slam
He's
things down
amazing.
or be angry?
He's just
No,
nope.
I have never seen him like that.
And I wonder, like, the look on Johnny's face. I don't know if he's actually seen it before, which I'm sure he has, or if he actually recognizes him, because like he has that look on his face, like, yeah, I know this guy. You know what I mean?
Well,
It just has that
well,
look on his
dude, he's
face.
been working there 13 years, probably longer than Johnny Depp's owned any property there. And so, he would probably run into him and just be like, "Hey, what's your name?" Get to know him, sort of like, this is the guy that's going to be letting people in. I'm sure he's probably spoken to him on the phone, but they don't have a personal relationship. It's not like Johnny is going out drinking with this guy. This is someone that
Yeah.
works in the building that he owns. He's background noise to Johnny, but I think Johnny's the type of guy that probably gets to know people. It was just like,
Yeah.
oh yeah, I know this guy.
Yeah. Or at least recognizes them. Like, because he sees him, I
Yeah.
would assume, like, on a semi-frequent basis. And it's like, because if the dude's working the front desk, like every time he comes in, even if it is through that little private thing on the side or whatever, he's going to see the guy from time to time.
I mean, you've been in studio situations, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so in a studio situation, you've run across musicians that are quite famous.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay, and how do those people treat you?
Usually, well, with usually hello. And, I mean, depends on how busy things are, right? I
Right.
mean, it just depends on what is going on at the moment. Sometimes
Right.
it's a hello, sometimes it's just a nod or,
What if
something
it's
like
someone
that.
that you've seen quite a few times? Say more than
Oh.
10 or 15 or 20.
You might have a brief interaction, casual conversation type thing.
Do you think they think about you outside of
No, of course not.
that studio? Okay. And that's sort of my point, is like, he doesn't think about this guy outside of the situation that he sees him in.
Yeah.
He knows him because he interacts with him on a daily basis, more than likely.
Yeah.
So he has respect for him. He thinks the guy is an all right guy. He's never had any problems with, between them. They give their greetings like, "Hey, Alejandro," or, see you, how's everything going? Good. See you. Bye. That's the interaction.
Yeah, of course.
It's
Yeah.
it's background noise. Do you know of Streamlabs? That's funny. Don't calm down.
It's always looking
I don't know.
It's always
Ask
looking for
Streamlabs
another, though.
yourself. Triggered.
Yeah. But that's sort of the way that it becomes. It becomes just background noise. Not that you don't you don't have any thoughts towards this
And-
person.
But what Ben said right there, he isn't a stuck-up person. And you know that this is true because if you've
Right.
seen him interact with the children at the children's hospital, you 100% know that that's not true. Because I've
Right.
seen people who are famous who try to do it, who are stuck up, and you can tell there's a difference.
Yeah.
The way that they interact with them. And Johnny's definitely a very down-to-earth person.
And I think he forces himself to be that way.
Yeah, of course.
Like he makes a conscious effort to not be the be all end all kind of attitude. I think
Yeah.
he makes a conscious effort, knowing that, damn, I have a lot. Like if Johnny Depp showed up at a restaurant, people would be moving seats for him to have a seat.
Of
you know?
course, yeah. And I think Hal actually said it too, because I know kind of I vaguely know what he does, but he says, yeah, like he's dealt with hundreds of musicians and they're usually all polite. They don't always agree, but it's still civilized.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
it's like, yeah,
it's a different. Like I've run across tons and tons and tons and tons of musicians,
yeah,
very famous musicians, like really well known, and all of them treat you with the same kind of respect that you bring to the table. Like if you show up and start being an ass, they're gonna be like, "Yeah, get out of my face."
of course, yeah,
But if you show up and you're like, here I'm bringing you your B3 organ, or I've got your guitar right here, whatever it might be,
yeah,
they're gonna ask you who you are, get to know you a little bit, but they don't think about me outside of that. They've moved on. Like
yeah, of course,
their life revolves around a different set of things. In the same way, I couldn't tell you the last waitress that I had that took my order. I don't think about that.
yeah,
It's background noise.
yeah,
And I think that's what Alejandro is to him. And, but he recognizes him. He thinks he's a good guy.
yeah.
I believe she was dancing on the lobby. I met her at the front desk. I interact more with her sister, Whitney, I believe that's her name, and her good friend Rocky. And but Amber, I only see him like once in a while when she was sometimes used to get packages.
Do you recall whether Ms. Heard
It's
became
okay,
a
Triggered.
resident
Just
sometime
go
around
slow,
March 2000?
talk really nice, it'll be
I
okay.
don't remember.
Could you tell me one way or the other?
I just can't remember. Like I said, it's been so long, I just don't remember. And like, I know you guys sent me the papers to review, and I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to review them because it's been so long. It's like, just don't want to deal with this anymore. Yes, I went through the witness statement, and then everything that is written there, that's what I said. That was correct. That was accurate.
Okay.
That's when I signed it.
So during the time between 2015 and 2016, how many times would you say total that you interacted with Amber Heard?
For a whole year, I can give you a number. Because it could be like, probably I probably saw Amber for 3 times in one day, probably I'll see like 5 times, or probably I will never see him for a whole week. So I don't have, like, there's never been a routine.
Okay. How would you describe Amber Heard's interactions with you? Were they friendly? Would she smile at you? Would she talk with you?
Yeah, she's a twat.
She was really friendly. She always smiled. But we never had like a interaction as really close relationship, like I do with some of the other residents. She never told me anything of her problems. She never stopped by and talked about her personal life. She never did that.
They're asking you about a date that you recall seeing Amber Heard on May 25th, 2016. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you said, probably, I just can't remember the days. I've got a really bad memory for dates. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm the same way.
So,
I love it. He hits his vape off the side.
Be
Just
able to remember what type of clothing Amber Heard was wearing from one of her
love it.
events?
Nope, I don't remember.
Would you remember on any daily basis what type of hairstyle she was wearing?
Nope.
Would you remember on any type of basis
Completely
what type of
unremarkable.
bag Amber Heard was carrying?
No.
Would you be able to say
Bags under her
whether
eyes.
Amber Heard was dressed up or casual on any given day?
Nope.
No.
Would you be able to say whether what type of makeup Amber Heard
He's
was
just
wearing on any
laughing.
given day?
Nope.
No.
Would you be able to say, for example, whether Amber Heard had on concealer or foundation on any given day?
Or
Nope.
Would you be able to say whether Amber Heard had on blush or powder on any given day?
No.
Or jizz in
Would you be
the
able to say
eye.
whether Amber Heard had any mascara or eyeliner on? any given day?
Johnny's just the look on his face is
How about
classic.
eyebrow pencil or lip pencil?
No.
Do you have any memory
Barely even know what
of
lip
Amber
pencil
Heard
is. Jesus.
wearing a particular type of makeup with a type of outfit?
No.
No.
If you were asked to describe any characteristics of Amber Heard from 2 days earlier without knowing you were going to be asked, would you be able to testify to any of those? What she was wearing, what her makeup was, what her hairstyle was?
No, I won't remember.
When is the first time that you recall anyone saying anything to you about the police being called at the EC building because of a domestic dispute between Mr.
Hey,
Depp
this
and
is a
Amber Heard?
regular occurrence.
Well, to answer your question, whatever happened, it happened on a Saturday. I don't work Saturday. When I got there on Monday, they asked me, "Oh, you heard what happened?" And I said, "No, what happened?" So that's how I find out. Then I went to the cameras and see what was going on.
Workplace
And as soon
gossip.
as I saw Johnny Depp on the camera on the elevator, just walking back and forward on the camera in the elevator, I said, "Okay, I know that was Tim," and that's all I knew. But I was not there on that Saturday when that happened. I believe that whatever that happened, they say it happened, and when they called the police, I believe it wasn't a Saturday, and I was not there.
Okay. Do you recall
Damn
who
right.
told you
Mhm.
on that
That's why we
Monday
like him
following
so
this?
much.
He's your just average dude.
Okay, Don. As a matter of fact, I think it was one of the residents that they approached me, and they said there was a lot of noise because the person was working out on the gym that's next to the penthouse. They heard a bunch of noise, and that's it. And that's why I checked the cameras. And when I looked at the cameras and I saw Johnny, like I said, was just walking back and forth in the elevator, I said, like, okay, all right, okay, no, I'll try to figure it out. And I didn't say anything more. I turned off the camera, and that's it.
So the first part of that, who's somebody working out and heard noise?
Someone was working out on the gym and heard noise. They heard a lot of noise on the hallway. Because it's really rare to hear anything because most of the time, the penthouse level is really quiet.
Okay. Do you remember who the person was in the gym that heard a lot of noise in the penthouse?
What are you doing?
That's correct. I do remember the person.
Who is it?
Who?
You.
Oh, I can't shoot them through the window. Damn.
No, she
No,
did it.
the
Love the
weather.
weather and
I don't
everything.
remember her name.
And where is the gym in comparison to
They're playing Phasmophobia.
that's owned by Mr.
Yeah.
Depp?
She's
Like I said, Johnny
multitasking.
Depp owned all the penthouse on the.
Oh no, like I thought she was the one who was typing it, but I see that she's playing something, so I thought it was her that was typing stuff.
But I can change it where all I do is type as her.
You can see the gym through a window of the penthouse, or you can see the penthouse through a window of the gym.
You can see the gym through one of the windows to the penthouse, and they have the patio that leads to the gym. Penthouse has the patio that leads to the gym.
And this Tim, if you think of her name while you're
Triggered.
asking another question, please let me know. This
Yeah, I don't have it set up to do the weather because it's easier for you to get doxxed if you do that.
Yeah. Her name is Shauna.
And so she told you she heard a lot of noise.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Voices, any objects, anything like that.
Not just noise. Because, like I said, it's always really quiet.
Oh my.
So she wanted to know what happened. And so you went to the video cameras to look at video. How did you know when to look for them?
Because she got the time. She got the time that she was working out. That's why I figured out to track the time on the camera.
Just my check.
And then when I saw, as soon as I saw
That's funny.
walking back and forth in the elevator, I turned off the camera and I figured out, okay, this is what happened.
Well,
I figured out if we one and two together, so I was okay.
When you said you figured out what happened after you saw Johnny Depp in the elevator, what did you figure out had happened?
I figured out that's why they called the cops, the police.
Because why?
Because of the noise that was on the penthouse level.
Mr. Romero, I'm going to ask you to look at, this is a video clip marked as Romero exhibit number 8.
Oh, Johnny's like, well, like I want to hire this guy. He does his fucking job. He doesn't give a shit about other people.
Yeah.
He only notices stuff that needs to be noticed. Like, oh, something happened here, but other than that, I don't care.
Yeah.
Was this the part where she's with Franco?
Yeah. And
It
while
looks like
they're
it. No,
yeah.
this is just where Johnny Depp leaves.
I think this is
He's
where Johnny's just
pacing-
in there. Yeah.
He's pacing back and forth, like he's pissed off. It's just like, God damn it.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck?
And while this is at a bit of a lull, I'm going to take this opportunity to scoot because I have to work tomorrow.
All right, brother.
Aw.
Good idea.
Good night,
So-
Neil.
make sure you guys go check out Veilhammer's channel. He's got a lot of interesting and cool stuff. And if you haven't checked it out, well, then there's something wrong with you mentally. And you know, we still care about you, but you know, you still should go check his stuff out.
I appreciate it. It's always fun. So, and the rest of this will be good because this guy's amazing. So,
yeah.
All
right, brother. You
Cool.
have a wonderful evening.
Take care, Bill. Thanks for
See you guys.
joining
We'll
us.
talk to you later. Thanks.
Stay safe, man. Merry Christmas
Thanks,
if I
man.
don't see you again.
Yeah, you too, man.
Take
All right.
care.
Bye.
So that's his old security guard, the guy immediately to his right or right behind him now. Dude's not even paying attention to the camera. He's just like, I don't care.
And it shows a date and time stamp near the bottom. Do you recognize this as the elevator at ECB building?
That's correct.
Mr. Romero, you're nodding. Is this the video that you remember looking at after Shauna told you that she heard the noise that night?
Triggered, you're sounding desperate for Streamlabs to come and visit you. I'm not sure you want to have that.
And that's Mr. Depp.
Correct.
Do you recognize the other two men in the elevator?
I recognize the guy in front of the elevator button. That's his personal bodyguard. The other guy, I've seen him before, but I never interact with him. If I did, I don't remember.
There you go.
You said he looked agitated.
Yeah, he looked agitated. Like he was walking back and forward. He took out his jacket. His body language was different than before. Most of the times, he's really calm. He's just like really happy person. They're like, this is the first time I saw him like that.
And then you go to the next, so then you say Wednesday, May 25th. Approximately 10:30. Ms.
I
Heard
didn't.
walks
She
into the
can't
lobby
hear me.
accompanied
She
by
can
Ms.
only
Nicole
see
King.
chat.
That's the person you called Rocky.
I'm not giving
She's
it
in the
up
middle.
on you.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
You
And
gave
you said
yourself
that
away. You
Ms.
typed
Heard
it in
approached
chat.
you to ask you for the key to the unit. She did. And
You should
said
never
did not
told
discuss
Streamlabs
anything
you're
else at that
desperate.
time.
Correct.
Ms. Heard stood approximately 3 feet away from you. I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind on Ms. Heard's face. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay. But you weren't looking for bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries on Ms. Heard's face that night, were you?
I was not looking for any marks or bruises or anything. But something like that, it will be really noticeable. But I guess, I was not looking. I was more focusing on what my job duties was, like getting the key. And also this, I gave him the key and they were talking about, I told her, you know what, your dog, I was talking with Raquel because her dog got out of her unit.
Oh.
And that was one of my concerns. I was told, you know what, I saw your dog was outside. You didn't want me to get too close to it. So it's still out there. And the penthouse area, the dog will be fine because it's not, like I said, it's always really quiet. And Mr. Depp owns everything out there, so it'll be fine. So that was one of my concerns. That was my job.
That's
I was just taking care of that. I was not trying to say, oh, let me see your face. No.
So, and that's where I'm going to follow up. Do you remember what Ms. Heard was wearing that night?
Nope.
Do you remember whether she was dressed up?
Nope.
Do you remember?
He says he
where
doesn't
she was
remember
coming
what
from
she's
that she was
wearing,
coming
so
home
why are
at
you
10:30 at
asking
night
more
with his family?
No, I don't remember. They didn't mention to me. She was on the phone.
my
She
goodness,
was with Raquel in
Elaine.
front of me. We were talking about it, and then she left.
I
the
take
office.
back what I said a bit ago. Like when we first started doing this, I said Elaine was good at deposition. That's how she ended up on the team. I take that crap back. Nope. I disavow what I said. She's terrible at everything.
Yeah. I have to go now, Streamlabs. I'll dream of you tonight. Oh, isn't that special? Somebody cares about Streamlabs. All right, Triggered. Take care, brother.
Good night, Triggered.
I was focusing more on Raquel because I was telling about her dog.
Okay. Do you remember what hairstyle Ms. Heard had that night?
Nope.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing that night?
Semen.
No.
Can you tell me whether she was wearing concealer or foundation?
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing blush?
No.
No.
Could you tell me whether she was wearing any kind of eye makeup?
No.
No.
So who wrote the sentence, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind in Ms. Heard's face?
I'm pretty sure if I would have seen something like that, I would have said something.
Mr. Romero,
I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. Just don't recall. Just don't saw anything. She was just standing in front of me.
I'm asking specifically, I did not notice any bruises, cuts, swelling, red marks, or any other injuries of any kind to Ms.
That's what he said.
Who wrote
That's
that?
That's
what
what
I
I said. I didn't saw any marks or bruises on her face. That's what I said.
Thing's a little dense.
They asked me if I remember seeing anything. I said, I just don't recall seeing any marks or bruises because she was just sitting in front of me. I just don't remember seeing anything. Just don't remember.
I would have remembered
It
it.
would have been so obvious. Like someone had like a black eye. I would have like, whoa, I would have seen that.
Like, who
and I would
fucked
have
up?
remembered because it's something that you will see. Like so noticeable. Like you will remember. But when I was there talking to her, she was like 3 feet away from me. She was right in front of me. I just don't remember seeing any marks, bruises, or anything.
But you don't know whether she was wearing.
See that, Jess? KLI. You're doing as you've been told.
Thanks, KLI. You're awesome.
Makeup to cover it, do you?
Se nos candy.
She was wearing any makeup to cover it, probably. The probably you would cover any bruise, but you cannot cover the swelling.
Were you looking for swelling?
No. I was not looking for anything.
In fact, you were spending more time talking to Rocky about her dog, were you not?
That's correct. But I gotta have it. When I'm talking to someone, I look into their eyes. And when I was talking to Amber and Rocky, I always look into their eyes. Okay. And I would notice.
Well, you don't look at their tip.
Or bruise, like I said.
It's a nice gentleman.
Is it fair to say, Mr. Romero, that you can't say that Amber Heard had injuries or did not have injuries that day on the 25th?
I don't remember.
I don't see anything.
And like I said, I would probably remember the swelling, but I didn't saw anything. I just don't remember.
And you don't remember seeing anything, right? But do you remember?
That's what he said. How many times does he have to say this to you, Elaine?
I'm really
Probably
sorry,
at least 6
but I
more.
remember
Knowing
I
Elaine.
remember the whole story, how they got there. Before they went and get the keys. They come down. They say, somebody tried to get into my unit. There's scratches on my door. Say,
I doubt someone tried to get in your unit.
I'm really sorry.
That was your
but
dog.
Who will think is gonna get into your unit because they saw some scratches on the door, like 4 inches above the door, because the dog was scratching the door, was trying to get in, and they thought about someone trying to break into their unit. I said, in my head, I was like, you think someone's trying to get into your unit? There's scratches like 4 inches above.
I'm sorry, that's killing me right there. It's like, sweet cheek, there's scratches 4 inches above your door. Nobody's trying to break in. You left your dog out all night long. like your dog was out in the hallway. He wanted back in. You people are dimwits. That's what I'd be thinking. Jeez. Oh, sorry.
The floor on your door. That was the dog trying to get into the unit. They were so afraid. Oh, somebody's trying to get into my unit. It's like, oh, come on, really? And I actually, when they asked me to go inside the unit, just to check room by room to make sure no one was there. So I did that. It's part of my job. Make sure they're safe.
Paranoia is
I didn't understand why they want me to do that. Like, I don't know.
even the audience is laughing.
I just so stressed out because of this. I just don't want to deal with
He's
it.
even cracking himself up.
Everybody got problems, and I don't want to deal with this no more. I don't want to put this with any more work.
The interaction you just testified about with Amber Heard and Rocky Pennington, and talking about the dog and going out and checking out the penthouse, none of that was on video footage, correct?
That's correct. We don't have cameras.
I have to ask Hal. Is it okay if I show this, Hal? Just type a Y for yes or N for no. Because this is pretty cool. The gnomes are invading. That's funny. It's pretty cool what he sent me. Sure. Okay. Cool. So check that out. That right there is a studio mixer. And if I'm not mistaken, it has controls on each one of these where if once you set it to a certain level, these things will adjust on their own. It's pretty nice little.
That's pretty cool.
That's let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks like 36 channels, like a 36 channel mixer. Yeah, this is something that you'd use in a nice good pro setup. That's pretty solid. I like it. And of course, you got your levels right here, your level meters. You need to build a nice little box for it to store that thing in. That's pretty right there. I haven't seen one of these since Stankonia. You know, where Outkast recorded all their stuff. That looks like it might have come from there. Yeah, that looks like one of their mixers.
All I know is that thing ain't cheap at all.
96 channel dual input with J series automation. See, yeah. So it does have the automation. That's what $400,000 looks like in the back of a truck. Yep, that's damn right. Yeah. Can you make ever believable in that? Yeah, that's pretty sweet. So, oof. 96 dual channel input J series. Oh man, that's awesome. I love it. Yeah, these are not cheap at all. Even back in the day, these were expensive pieces. Like that's what you use in a really nice studio. Yeah, it's pretty. Also, I do like your memes. Those are pretty damn funny. I like them. I was reading some of them. I like it. Thanks,
Thank
Al.
me, Lord Hal 9000.
The video. Sorry, we don't have cameras at the hallway. We don't have cameras on the hallway.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Romero Exhibit Number 1. It's a deposition that was taken of you on July 19, 2016. Now that's approximately 2 months after the May 21, 2016 incident. Do you recall giving that deposition?
16 probably did. I just don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to take you to page 35. You were asked, this is the same incident that you're talking about now, okay? And it's talking about, okay, you spoke with Amber at the front desk, later saw her in the lobby, later went upstairs with her. It says the question at line 6. I just want to go back for a second here. You said several times in answer.
There you go. So how fast can you guess these words? Number 1, Jess.
Boobs.
Second one.
Fandom.
Third one.
Fuck.
Fourth one.
Wait, why am I the only one answering? That's not fun.
Fourth one. Come on. Fourth one.
No. Nope.
Fourth
nope.
one.
Nope.
Fourth one.
Penis.
No.
All right. Fifth one.
It tells you the things right at the bottom.
Yeah, I know. It says the answers are first one, books. Second one, random. Third one, fork. Fourth one, pants. Fifth one, pulse. Sixth one, 6. You got all 6 wrong, didn't you? You dirty-minded freak.
Hey, I am
Boobs is funnier. Boobs is
Thank you,
a
Al.
far superior word than books.
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 I have
agree.
never
We-
lied
we
about
like
somebody
boobs
being in the
much better.
gutter.
My questions. You didn't recall seeing any marks on Amber's face. When you say you didn't recall seeing any of those marks, did you mean that you didn't see any marks on her face? And your answer then was, I say that because when I saw Amber, I was not looking to see anything on her face. I was not looking to see anything. Do you recall giving that
Isn't that what he said like 2 minutes ago?
After the incident.
Yes, I remember because, like I say, I always make eye contact with someone I'm talking to, but I'm not looking to find something like oh, your makeup's wrong, you you haven't have to change your eyebrows or your eyelashes are not even, or I'm not looking for anything. I'm just looking at their eyes, and I'm not looking for anything else. But if I see something, I will probably will remember.
If you saw something, right?
Yeah, I would probably would see, like if she had a swollen, like if she was wearing makeup, probably would have seen the swollen. I probably would remember that. But I was not looking for anything. I was like, oh, you know.
How swollen was Amber on the 25th of May? How swollen was her cheek then?
According to the pictures I've been seeing right now that you're showing me, it was pretty swollen. I probably will remember that.
How many days later did you suffer from that swelling?
That was on a Wednesday. That was from Saturday to Wednesday.
Right. How many days, would it be fair to say that you cannot verify one way or the other whether Amber Heard was domestically abused by Johnny Depp on May 21, 2016?
I cannot say that. I would not agree to testify against anyone of domestic violence because I was not there. I didn't see anything.
Benjamin, I don't think you can at anyone on any mobile phones.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
I've not been able to do it on mine.
Yeah, you can't do it on iPhone either.
No.
You just type the username incorrectly. YouTube figures it out.
No, you just type it in there. Somebody will figure it out if you're talking to them.
Hundreds of miles away, and got no idea what happened that day.
And do you remember that there was pictures of wine, a glass of wine and bottle of wine stains on the floor outside of the, in the hallway of the penthouse from May 21st, 2016?
I remember saying to Mark, I'm not going to say it was wine.
All right.
I'm not an expert.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next portion of this deposition contains questions asked by counsel for Mr. Depp.
Nice.
You sit here today. When you saw her at the front desk on March 25th, you didn't see any bruising, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't see that.
That's correct. I didn't see any marks or bruises.
You didn't see any swelling either, did you, Mr. Romero?
That's correct. No swelling at all.
She was only 3 or 4 feet away from you, correct?
Correct.
And you were looking right into her face squarely, correct?
Correct.
And the lighting was good at the front desk, correct?
Objection.
Correct.
It was so good that had she had any bruises,
Objection.
swelling, or marks on her face, you would have noticed that, correct?
That's correct.
Objection.
And then later that same day, and you testified to this already today, later that same day, you went up the elevator with Ms. Heard and Ms. Pennington in connection with their request for you to check the penthouse, correct?
That's correct.
And during that entire period of time, taking them up to the penthouse, walking through the penthouse, and then finally you leaving and going back to your desk, you looked at Ms. Heard during that time period, correct?
That's correct.
And you looked her in the face, squarely in the face, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't notice any swelling, correct?
Correct.
I'm sorry?
Correct. I didn't saw anything.
Did you see any swelling?
Objection.
No.
Did you see any bruises?
All right. Well, Gutters Girl, you take care, sweetheart. We'll see you
Good
soon.
night, Gutter Girl.
So glad to see you here. Thanks. I've been wondering if I had to be a Cheeto covered in my mother's basement to do it.
Yes.
No, it's not you. It's not you. It's the phone.
Nope.
See any marks on her face of any kind?
No marks at all.
And again, just to repeat, when you were front desk looking her in the face, did you see any swelling on her face?
Nope.
See any bruises on her?
Nope.
Nope.
Did you see any marks of any kind on her face?
No marks at all.
And how was the light down when you were at the reception and you were looking at her? and
Really
you didn't
good.
see any of this? How was the lighting?
The lighting is actually pretty good. It's not
How
not
far
dark
apart-
at all. She was
how
6
far
feet
away?
apart. Approximately 3 to 4 feet apart.
Were you looking her square in the face?
Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you were up in the penthouse and you were looking her square in the face, how far apart were you from her then?
We actually were pretty close to each other. She was probably just next to me. She was telling me like, go into this room, so I need to pass right in front of her.
And do you recall seen any bruises, swelling, redness, or any marks on Miss Heard's face on May 24th, 2016?
I don't see anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, the remainder of this deposition of this witness contains questions by counsel for Ms. Heard.
I'm going to talk a little bit about the video clips that Mr. Depp's attorney showed you. I'm going to ask you, first of all, Mr. Presidio showed you a number of video clips from May 24th. Do you recall that?
Alondro, you could be more proud.
Yes.
Yep, that's Tuesday.
But in fact, you don't recall seeing Amber Heard on May 24th, correct?
I don't remember. I don't even remember what I got for breakfast.
Number one. Let's start on page 17. That's a good place. This is your deposition from July 19, 2016. Do you recall that?
19? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait. So Gutter, does that mean you're going to talk dirty to us in chat? Could be interesting.
I'm down.
And that's
7:03 in the morning.
I don't know. Be careful. That woman will wear you out. Just
I look
saying.
forward to it.
T-Rex, you're going to have to pull over if she starts talking to you. We don't want to see that on camera.
and it said here, did you work? So Saturday was the 21st. Did
Just
you work
remember,
May?
the
Did you work Sunday,
trucks
May
are rocking,
22nd?
don't
No.
come and
Did you
knocking.
work May 23rd? Yes. On May 23rd.
You're miles
you were
away
working.
from
Did you
her.
see Amber at any
Calm
time?
down.
I don't recall seeing her. Question, did you work on Tuesday, May 24th? Yes, I did. And on Tuesday, May 24th, at any time, did you see Amber? I don't recall seeing her. You remember that being your testimony 2 months after the events?
Yeah. I just don't recall. I just don't remember.
Okay. And then while we're here, now, Mr. Presidio had you go through a number of video clips and ask you a bunch of questions about whether you saw swelling, whether you saw red marks, whether you saw all kinds of other things. But in fact, I'm going to ask you, and tell me if you need me to bring up the videos and replay them. Can you tell me what type of makeup Amber Heard was wearing in any of those videos?
How would anybody know that?
tell you.
Amber probably doesn't
I
even
didn't even
know.
know she was
Jesus
wearing any
Christ, what a
lipstick.
stupid
Can you
question.
I
tell
don't
me,
know.
can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing concealer in any of those videos?
You already
No.
asked.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any foundation in any of those videos?
No, I
Can
can't tell you.
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any blush in any of those videos?
No,
Can you tell me whether Amber Heard was wearing any powder in any of those videos?
no, but
On her
she
nose.
looks pretty pale.
Well, do you know what shade of concealer or foundation or powder Ms. Heard uses or used at that time?
No,
Okay. So you don't know whether Ms. Heard was wearing makeup in every one of those video clips, correct?
correct.
I want to try to move along. So the incident was May 21st, 2016. You saw her the night of May 25th, correct?
Correct.
You said you saw Amber Heard hundreds of times. Well, she was there. Amber Heard treat you well, and was she friendly to you in each of these hundreds of times?
Yes. I'm not gonna say no because she was really always nice.
All right, this
I
is my
don't
last.
think she would be nice.
All right, this is my last question. You testified in response to Mr. Presidio's questions that you testified truthfully in all of these occasions. Did you testify truthfully to everything that you testified in response to my questions today?
That's correct.
All right.
I did.
Good time to break for lunch. We'll just break a little early, so just don't talk to anybody, don't do any outside research, and we'll see you at 2 o'clock, okay? Thank you.
So sufferable. Oh, Jesus, Elaine. You're like horrible.
Well, Abomination over on Rumble said she's 0420 in that line of questioning.
Yeah. 0 for 100, more like. Jesus. What an idiot.
I think Elaine likes the sound of her own voice more than I like the sound of my own voice.
Well, I mean, she's asking questions that mean nothing. It's just like, I mean, okay. So if someone said, well, can you tell if Jessica's wearing any concealer? No. Well, what kind of concealer is she wearing? I don't know.
Well,
I
I
don't
was
even
gonna-
know she's wearing anything. Or somebody says, "Hey, what kind of eyeliner is T-Rex wearing right now?" I don't know. Is he wearing eyeliner? Do you see if his face is bruising and swollen? No. Do you see any signs of bruising or swelling on T-Rex's face? No.
I mean, should that even go as far as saying, do you know what shade and brand of concealer your wife uses?
I guarantee if you asked him that, he would say, "Hell no." This guy.
No, I'm saying you yourself. Do you know what brand and shade of concealer your wife uses?
My love.
Jesus.
Yeah, I'll tell you, I'll make her blush. T-Rex arms long enough to put makeup on. There you. Well, that's true. That would be my answer. Like, Kelly, you all fall. Damn right. You know we do. Girl. What kind of foundation does she usually wear? I don't know. Ask her stalkers. Abomination. Nice. I'm sure that she's got plenty of them. All right, enough of this. Give us something good. Today is one of those like jacked up days where you don't get a whole lot of anything.
How's Christian Carino, Your Honor?
Christian Carino?
And as with a number of the other depositions, this one will start with questioning by Ms. Heard's counsel, and at some point switch over to questioning by counsel for Mr.
This is
Depp.
all
Right,
video
and what's the
stuff.
last name just for me? Just in case.
C-A-R-I-N-O.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying right there. Like my wife, I couldn't tell you because she hardly ever wears it. I mean, whenever she does, it's usually because she has to be either on a Zoom hearing or she has to be in court. Or if we're going out, she might put something light on or something like that. But yeah, I couldn't tell you what it is. I mean, it doesn't take a whole lot. I mean, guys, we all we do is we look and we go, yeah, you look lovely. I mean, we don't know what you do. I mean, if we're paying that much attention, it's probably because we might be a little bit light in the loafers. That's all I'm saying.
Light in the loafers. Oh, I haven't heard that phrase in a while.
Calling me a boomer.
Just a little bit.
Probably.
Christian Carino,
Probably am.
And the work address is 2000 Avenue of the Stars in Century City.
And that is in California?
Correct.
And what is your current occupation?
I'm a talent agent.
And could you give me just a very brief description of your educational background and work experience?
Sure. I have a BA from the University of Massachusetts, and my work background is I've been at CAA for approximately 16 years, and before that, I had a 12-year run with 2 different advertising agencies in New York.
And who were those advertising agencies in New York?
Ogilvy and Mather and McCann Erickson.
Right. Now, you indicated that you were a talent agent. Can you please describe what that means?
I represent multiple clients and brands.
Nothing wrong with that.
In transactions in the entertainment space.
And Benjamin Gray, there's nothing wrong with being a little light in the loafers, but I'm just saying there's guys that wear makeup and they might be interested in what the lady folk might be wearing. It also might have been pretty big in the 80s. Guys might have wore a lot of makeup. So,
And when you say in the
I
entertainment
mean, you go to a
space,
punk
what are
or a
you
goth club, you're still going to see guys wearing eyeliner and stuff.
well, I'm just saying that if guys are the captions are confusing me. I said music. Like, he had a dramatic pause. I love it. No, and all I'm saying is that usually guys aren't too interested in what women are wearing as far as makeup goes. Unless they're buying it for the girl, and that might be a different story. Like if my wife was like, I want you to get me this particular whatever makeup, then I might pay attention, but other than that, I just don't.
Like I said, you might. I might just grab the wrong thing. It depends on how I'm feeling that day.
No, because I mean, it's one of those things where like the wife has asked me to pick up for certain female hygienic products in a supermarket, and I don't feel embarrassed about getting that kind of stuff, where other
Yeah,
guys
I
might
don't.
be like, I'm not grabbing that, so whatever.
Yeah, no, I've never cared about that either. It's just like
Just like,
whatever.
sure, what you need, I got it.
Yeah, it's just a
Why
thing.
would I be embarrassed? And if anybody gives you an odd look, just say, well, Fight Club. Just
Just the different genres of entertainment, everything from motion picture to television to books to.
I disagree. Guys really, they don't care, but they do. They do notice, and girls do wear makeup to impress guys. Just saying. What do you think, Jess?
I don't think I should have the privilege of answering that, because I don't think the way that girls do.
No, I'm just saying that if you put makeup on, it's because you're wanting to accentuate a little bit.
If I put makeup on, it's usually because I have dark circles under my eyes, or I have a black eye.
She's in Fight Club, just so you guys. Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't supposed to say that. First rule of Fight Club, I broke it again.
Yeah,
Oh,
Fight
damn.
Club with her dog.
Or I'm going somewhere that I have to wear makeup, but
Right.
I would rather not wear makeup.
Yeah, same way with my wife. It's the same way. She would rather not wear makeup, but if she has to be, like I said, on a Zoom call, or she's going somewhere, she's going to be in the office, stuff like that, she'll put something on. Or she's trying to cover, the bags under her eyes because I kept her up really late.
How dare you?
If you were wearing a lot of makeup or just went to clown school, yeah, that's very true.
I
That's
tend to. Go ahead. Sorry.
well, I was going to say that guys don't notice if it's just a light amount of makeup, like the small amount. It's like, because women are attractive in the first place, so you don't have to like put on this big clown face like Brandon's talking about,
Right.
where it just you're accentuating a little bit, but you're not overdoing it. Whenever you overdo it, it's like, well, what are you hiding? Like it becomes very noticeable. Like that's why I find it hard to believe that she had a black eye. I occasionally wear makeup for like red dress parties, dressed in the 90s attire. Also have a little history in theater. Yeah, I mean, I wore makeup whenever I was doing theater stuff too, because it's you become really washed out under those lights. That's not uncommon.
Just
Can't
answering the
can't
question
stand the
from
pack.
earlier.
Yes, I'm with Hal on this. Can't stand the packed on lipstick look. Think women are pretty by themselves. Leave it alone. Like, yeah, don't put on the really thick, heavy. Like really stands out. That only works on like certain women, but up close, it doesn't look attractive. Brando, no shot asking. No shot asking the wrong person. Interesting thing I heard was women might not wear makeup when they go anywhere unless there's a guy they want to impress. It's some sort of formal thing, or there's other women here there that will. Yeah, I mean, if other women are going to be there, like judging them, generally women will wear makeup. Like,
And
not
that was going to
all
be my
women, but
point. I was going to say that I think women just in general, like inside the bell curve, if they're going to put makeup on, they're trying to impress everyone, males and females. I don't think it's just specifically for the males.
Oh, and some women are like that they're doing it to impress, but I think a lot of women, and I can just speak from the women that I know, they're not doing it to impress. They're just doing it so they can either stand out or just blend in. You know, it sometimes
Well,
women will put on a lot of put on makeup because they want to stand out. They want to make an impression. You know, no different than you don't show up to church in a pair of blue jeans and a t-shirt unless you're wanting to stand out, but you might want to like
let
wear your
me.
Sunday best.
I'm gonna show this picture on stream
Yeah.
because this is a picture where I covered a black eye, but you still can't really tell that I have makeup besides my mascara. Just depends on how they apply it too.
Yeah, see, I wouldn't be able to tell.
And
that you
this
have a black
eye,
eye.
this was the black eye. This eye was right here.
Yeah, see, now I can, now that you pointed out, I can tell there might be a little bit of shadow there. But yeah,
You can kind of see it, but I put it on just light enough so it doesn't look like I have makeup on, but
right.
also covers the black eye enough.
And it looks like you might have a little mascara on,
Yeah,
but not like overdoing it.
no.
Like you don't have the big streaks that go, you know, to your ear and stuff like that.
The
I don't know. I
eyeliner?
like it. I don't know. I like the cat eye look personally.
Yeah, you just want them wearing like that mask from the 80s, you know, where they go from top to bottom kind of thing. I know how you
I don't know. I just all I know is that I want to quote graphics, but I'm not going to do it.
and see Hal says that looks more like a shadow to me. Well, and that's the point. I was like, y'all don't want me that some makeup on. Yeah, women need to stop being insecure.
Well,
it's not all women that are insecure.
I mean, Shizzy, you got to see my eye without the makeup on. You got to
Yeah.
see the actual bruise, so.
Yeah, I did. You know, it's that's the thing. You got to see women. We enjoy looking at lovely women, and you don't have to be, you know, wearing the thick makeup. You don't have to have the big, thick, full lips, because you know, if you're chill enough and you're cool enough and you're just hanging out, you know, we just don't. I mean, most good guys are not going to be sitting there judging you. If they're judging you on your makeup, well, then, well, fuck them.
They're probably gay if they're judging you on your makeup.
Possibly.
Well, then I'd also
Because
say
they
that
can
there's
probably
another-
do it better than you.
if
Possibly.
they take the if a girl takes her face off and she looks like a completely different person, that's also kind of a problem to me.
That's true.
I mean, my sister-in-law, she spends a lot of time doing her makeup, and she does look completely different without her makeup.
Well, hold on. I think I have a picture.
And it doesn't change the person that she is. I mean, but you know,
At Matsuri, I took my makeup off like in the middle of everyone hanging out at the lobby bar. I ran up to the room and took my makeup off, and I came back down. And I think I took a picture with.
Did you do that? I literally didn't notice that happening.
Really? You didn't notice at all?
No.
well, and like what Jess waifu Kron. I've seen her without makeup, and I can understand why she wears makeup, because she's a ginger, so she sort of washes out. So she wears a little bit of makeup to like actually accentuate like her features. But she also doesn't wear like heavy makeup. I mean, that I've noticed. Got to cover up the other eye. I realize some have sunken eyes. In case you would see the black eye. Possibly. All right, we'll get back to this.
Licensing to modeling.
This guy doesn't take
all
too
the
long.
different areas that the agency operates in.
As a talent agent representing multiple clients, what types of services do you perform for them, and what is the objective?
Okay. Yep. I conduct business transactions on behalf of clients and brands in the entertainment space.
And what does that mean?
It means I organize, pitch, transact in contractual agreements between talent and
Damn right.
studios,
That's right,
talent
Hal.
and brands, entertainment platforms and individuals, brands and individuals.
Do you represent any actors?
I do work with every different group of talent within the agency, and for each person, it's different, the business that I personally oversee for them. So in some cases, I am negotiating contractual agreements for a music artist to go to Las Vegas. In some cases, I'm transacting an agreement for an artist to have a relationship with a brand. In some cases, it's an artist with a platform like Netflix. It spans the general platform capabilities that the agency has overall.
Is one of the objectives of your representation to build the careers of the individuals you represent?
Yes.
Did you have any conversations with Mr. Waldman in which you expressed any thoughts or opinions on how you believed any litigation was
Just
having an
sent it
effect
to
on
you,
Mr.
Shizzy.
Depp's reputation or career?
Yes.
How many times?
Listen, I have no idea. Years ago.
If you expressed to Mr. Waldman that the sooner the litigation is over, the better for Mr. Depp, what were you thinking when you said that? Why did you think that?
I think anytime somebody is in litigation publicly, it is at a minimum a distraction to that person's career. And in a lot of cases, it's
Who was that guy?
This is a talent artist that is out there. I think he did stuff for Johnny Depp. So yeah, he's a talent artist, and he's just basically pointing out how Johnny Depp was affected by this kind of, goofy stuff.
that it is outside of what people want to know about that person.
And what do you mean by it distracts from the career?
I mean that with somebody who is well known, people don't want to hear they're in a lawsuit with anybody about anything.
Why not?
Because that's just not what they want to know or hear news about people.
Just so you know, that sound is not us. That sound is some construction work that he's got going on or something. Either that or his wife is having a time with a vibrator. One of the two.
And why do you believe that?
Oh, we lost T-Rex. Sorry.
Based on my experience in this world for the past 16 years.
Yeah, that's at his place.
And when you say it negatively impacts, what do you mean by that?
People don't want to hear that the people that they look up to are in litigation.
Do you also believe that that impacts career decisions by producers, directors, companies, or brands, things of that nature?
Yes.
And in what way?
Because the general public doesn't want to hear that people that they look up to are in litigation. And when the more oxygen it takes up in the overall news or coverage of an individual, and the less focused it is on that person's career, the less interested studios, brands, the general public becomes in that person.
And therefore less opportunities?
Yes.
When you expressed to Adam Waldman that your opinion that the sooner the litigation is over for Mr. Depp, the better, what did Mr. Waldman say?
To be honest, I don't recall exactly what he said, but something to something like we're gonna get this over with as fast as we can.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino exhibit number, we'll keep it labeled 4. Do you believe that the Mandel lawsuit posed a distraction to Mr. Depp's career?
I don't know.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 5. And as you can see here, it's an article, June 21st, 2017, the Hollywood Gossip. Do you recall that coming up during that time frame, that issue?
Well,
have you read
yeah.
or heard of the Rolling Stones?
Abomination. That's true.
Have you read or heard of GQ?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Carino deposition exhibit number 2, and it's Rolling Stone publication on June 21, 2018. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you ever read this article?
Parts of it.
Are you aware of whether this article in the Rolling Stone, June 2018, that's reflected in Carino exhibit number 2, impacted in a negative way Mr. Depp's reputation or career?
Elena, I don't think it's possible to ask anybody that question without having done.
Well, and how actually that's the thing. They didn't fire him. They just made plans that made it obvious that they weren't going to use him in the next up and coming Pirates situation. So yeah, I mean, you know, and you have to be very careful in what you say, especially if you're Disney. Yeah, they should apologize and pay him 1,000 alpacas. Yeah, they just did not rehire him. Exactly. They just sort of like, yeah, we're not going to talk about this. Sort of waiting for the fire to calm down. I mean, that's the crappy part about it, is because, you know, now you're impacting, you know, this guy's way of making money, and you know, they don't want to be held liable for basically saying you're guilty, especially if they find out that it's not true later on. But they're just, it's a cover your ass kind of situation, and it sucks. I mean, I've seen it happen before, not just in this kind of situation.
Research among the people who read a specific article.
Guilty until proven innocent. Well, that's the thing. There was no guilt or innocence. It was slander. So, I mean, this isn't like a prosecution where anybody's going to serve jail time or anything like that. This is one person slandering another person, and that's the difference, because this is a civil matter. This isn't a criminal matter at all. And same way with the trial that happened in the UK. That was still a civil matter. They probably have a different word for it there, but it was still welcome to being the respondent. Yes. No, there's just a big difference in having it in the UK as to having it here. The kind of evidence that was being brought in, you know, they basically found, I think they found for Amber Heard in that case.
They did, but fundamentally, you're not even, like, Johnny wasn't even allowed to mount a real defense. That's just kind of how the UK system works.
No, he wasn't allowed to have a actual say in the proceedings. There was no defense. I mean, she would be considered a respondent in this matter. He would be considered a plaintiff. She would be a defendant. There's just different terminology, and there's a reason why there's different terminology in those kinds of things. It has to do with the wording of it, where you'll see someone is the accused. So it's just different. And exactly.
And also
Amber Heard was a witness, not a party in the UK part. So
yeah,
it wasn't.
He was suing the Sun, not Amber
Exactly.
Heard at that point.
UK. It was UK versus the Sun, not Amber Heard. Amber Heard had a speaking role in that part. That's it. And he didn't. So,
if you're asking my opinion about whether an article like this or this particular article, in my opinion, would have a positive or negative effect on somebody's, career, I could potentially answer that. But as to definitively whether an article has or has not had an impact on somebody's career, nobody can answer that question without research. Specifically.
Mr. Carino, I think we were just going to start looking at the Carino exhibit number 3. This is an article that was published in November of 2018. Do you recall reading this at some point?
What publication is that?
This is GQ.
I probably read part of it, but I don't remember.
Have you had any direct contact with Ed White or his company?
Yes.
What is the nature of your contact with Ed White and his company?
Payment on deals where Johnny was owed money. Bill collecting.
When you say bill collecting, was it collecting on your behalf, or was it trying to collect from studios or companies?
The latter.
And so what would your involvement be in those circumstances?
Ed, on occasion, reached out to me to ask about the timing of a payment that was owed to Johnny.
And were you able to answer those questions?
I think in all cases, I just referred him to somebody who worked for me to find out what the payment schedule was.
Other than these occasions where Ed White would reach out to you to ask when time of payment, did you have any other connection or communication with Ed White or his in connection with that?
No.
Were you familiar with Jake Bloom?
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Bloom ever represented Mr. Depp?
Yes.
And what was your understanding of the nature of that representation?
He was his lawyer.
Did you ever talk to Jake Bloom?
Yes.
On how many occasions did you speak with Jake Bloom relating to Mr. Depp?
I have no idea.
Was it pretty frequently?
What does that mean?
Well, is it more than 10?
Are you asking me if I had approximately 10 conversations with Jake over the duration of our relationship?
Yes. I actually asked if you had more than 10. I wasn't asking you if it was exactly 10.
Okay. I mean, I'm guessing that it was probably less than 10 in total.
Was Mr. Bloom still representing Mr. Depp when you started representing Mr. Depp?
I believe so, but I'm not sure.
And when did you start representing Mr. Depp?
I believe it was in late 2016.
Mr. Carino, are you looking at something to be able to refresh your recollection?
I am.
Yeah.
What do you have in front of you?
A note that I made to myself of the date of when Johnny was a client, and I think I wrote down October 2016.
There you go.
Do you have a recollection of the context of your discussions with Mr. Bloom?
No.
Yes.
Oh,
My
maybe,
recollection
yeah.
of
He
the
does.
conversations I had with Jake were in regard to getting Johnny and Jake to meet and work out whatever the issues were around their disagreement.
Yeah, it is a different story with Jonathan Majors. Agree.
So you were trying to broker, if you will, a discussion between them to try to resolve their issues?
Correct.
Were you successful in that?
I don't remember whether they ever got together and met about it, to be honest.
Now I'm going to show you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 7. And
Very,
this is
very true right there.
a lawsuit that was filed on October 17, 2017. Were you aware of this litigation being filed by Mr. Depp on his behalf against Bloom, Hergott, Deemer, etc.?
Yes.
And were you involved in any way in this litigation?
No.
Do you know one way or the other whether the filing of and the ongoing litigation associated with this lawsuit had any negative
I
impact?
don't know,
on
but the
Mr.
way
Depp's
she said one way or the
reputation?
other just kind of grinded.
I said no.
Grinded
Do
like
you
gears.
recall whether there was any
What was that, T-Rex?
just the way she said one way or another, she speaks so pompously, it grinds my gears.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, Jess, Lefty wants to know who you're texting.
Trying to figure out my dad's Apple ID password so I can reset his phone because he's having issues with it.
Email. You can have it send an email.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to try.
That's probably about the best way to do it. Hey, Frostfang. Hello, peeps. I'm ready to watch more Amber Heard blowing out her back.
Ooh.
Sorry, I'm stepping off the soapbox. No, we understand. On to fall. Yeah.
Publicity surrounding this litigation that's reflected in the complaint. That's Carino number 7.
Are you asking me if I'm aware if the Jake Bloom litigation was made public?
Yes.
Yes.
And in addition to being made public, do you recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Jake Bloom litigation?
Yes.
And do you recall?
So wasn't I'm asking you, Jess, maybe you know this. Wasn't Jake Bloom the one that accused of Johnny of assaulting him? Is that the guy?
Jake Bloom?
Yeah, I think Jake Bloom was the one that accused Johnny of like attacking him or something like that. That's why they're bringing this up. I could
think
be
so.
wrong. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I knew there was yeah. So that's what she's trying to refer to.
So Johnny Depp has resolved the lawsuit challenging some $30 million he paid Bloom or Ergo representing him in transactional matters. Who is Jake Bloom? Veteran entertainment talent lawyer.
Okay, so this was he
was a lawyer?
Yeah, so Jake Bloom, they actually interview his company a little bit later on. Jake Bloom was the one that Johnny Depp fired.
It's his former attorney.
That was stealing money from him.
Yeah.
Like was purchasing property under his name, but it was never going to him. It's crap like that. Like using Johnny Depp's name to do some really shady shit and costing Johnny a lot of fucking money. I mean, a lot of money. It was insane.
Recall whether there was publicity surrounding the Mendel litigation?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you what is in March's deposition exhibit number 10. And in this particular
It wasn't assault. It was his prior
article that
talent attorney.
was written in the Sun Times. That was the beginning, if you will, of the UK lawsuit. Do you have a recollection of seeing that?
Yeah, so picture this. Jessica becomes world famous. She's got, people following her left and right, and she's making, millions of dollars for every time that she just even makes an appearance. Because there's so much going on, she doesn't have time to handle all of the intricate details of where she's going to be, what she's going to be doing, who she's going to be talking to. She's basically just the face, and somebody else is sending you out there doing it. They're like, you need to be X, Y, and Z place at such and such time. And she shows up, she makes her money. She's not handling any of her money. She's got an attorney that she hires because she is so damn busy. She just doesn't have time for this. Because like any business, you have people that work for you. So what it is she hires people to actually handle her funds, make wise investments, things of that sort, help people out. If she says, hey, T-Rex needs a new truck, I want you to, hook him up with a new truck. She doesn't expect that her attorney is going to buy T-Rex a new truck and every single trucker in, the United States a new truck. She's being very specific. And what this guy was doing was basically taking stuff that Johnny was saying and sort of misconstruing it, doing it all under the guise of Johnny Depp doing it, and buying a whole bunch of stuff in his name that was not good investments. So yeah, being a shithead. staring.
And
at
Johnny
her.
still paid him out $30 million
No,
just to make him
it
go
is.
away.
It is not that she doesn't care. She's trying to help out her pops with his iPhone thing, and she is paying attention. She has the capability of multitasking, unlike me.
No,
Did you ever read it?
I don't know. I'd have to. I don't know. I'm sure I read at least part of it. If it's the original document that caused the Sun legal issues.
Now, the date on this one is April 27, 2018. You see that on there?
Yep.
Mr. Crater, I'm going to ask you what has been marked as deposition, Carino deposition exhibit number 11. And it's dated June 13, 2018. It's hard to see that whole stamp there, but it was filed on June 13, 2018. And it's Mr. Depp filing the newspapers limited ones, The Sun, and then Dan Wooten. Were you aware that Mr. Depp brought this lawsuit in the UK against The Sun and Mr. Wooten?
Yeah.
Mr. Carino, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked now as Carino exhibit number 12. This was published in the Washington Post on December 18, 2018. Were you aware of this article?
Yes.
Op-ed?
Yes.
Mr. Carino, when I asked you whether you were aware one way or the other, whether this lawsuit that's reflected in exhibit number 11 had a negative impact on Mr. Depp's reputation and career, you answered no. What did you mean by that?
I meant that there isn't a way for any individual to know whether the filing of a document had an impact on somebody's career, positive or negative, without specific research conducted in exactly that case.
The same as in the facts, so that because you haven't researched it, you don't know whether it impacted Mr. Depp's reputation or career, correct?
I believe I stated that unless someone had done research specifically about the filing of this document and its impact one way or the other, it's impossible to answer the question.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as Carino number 14. This is the lawsuit that Mr. Depp filed against Ms. Heard. Do you believe that the filing of this lawsuit reflected in Carino deposition exhibit number 14 and the attendant publicity has had a negative impact on the reputation and career of Mr. Depp?
No.
And why not?
Because I've stated previously, it's not about the filing of a lawsuit, it's about the coverage. I mean, you're asking me what my opinion is of what Johnny's reputation is today. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
My opinion of what Johnny's reputation today is one of the finest actors of his generation.
In your opinion, has Mr. Depp's reputation changed at any point from October 2016 to the present?
If you're asking me if what I defined as his reputation has changed in terms of his being viewed as one of the best actors of his generation, I would say no.
So just so I'm clear that I understand your answer, in your opinion, Mr. Depp's
See, this is what I understand what she's trying to get at, and I don't think he understands the question she's asking, because what he's saying is it hasn't ruined his reputation as an actor, but it doesn't mean that it didn't ruin his reputation of people hiring him, not due to his acting, but due to this particular bullshit that was written about him. And that's what he's trying to get at right there. Is like, he's still going to be considered one of the greatest actors of his generation. But as far as him being able to get any work, it's going to make it almost impossible because of this kind of bad publicity that's coming out hanging over his head. Does that make sense?
reputation is that he is one of the finest actors of his generation, and that has been his reputation since you started representing him in October 2016. It still is today, and it hasn't changed during that time frame. Is that correct?
The view on his acting ability has not changed.
Well, I'm taking your definition of reputation. You said what they are known for. So I'm taking that specific definition, and I'm asking, is there anything other than that Mr. Depp is one of the finest actors of his generation that he is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
The only way I can answer that is as it relates to his professional capabilities. That has
There
not
you go.
changed.
Is there something that has changed that doesn't relate to his professional capabilities?
Yes.
I don't know how to answer that, Elaine.
Using your definition of reputation, which is what a person is known for,
Ugh,
is there any
he
aspect
knows what she's
of
trying to
what
do.
Mr. Depp is known for that has changed between October 2016 and the present?
I've stated what I think his reputation is, and I've stated that, in my opinion, his professional reputation as it relates to the quality of his acting abilities has remained unchanged.
Do you make any distinction between personal and professional reputation?
Yes.
He's trying to speak
what is
within
that
his
distinction?
purview. Like, he's not a character witness.
Well, what I understand what Elaine's trying to ask, and I think he understands it also. That's why he's answering the way that he's answering. He keeps answering,
Exactly.
saying nothing's changed in what people know about him as an actor. They respect him and regard him very highly as an actor.
Yeah.
Does that translate to if someone comes in and says that he murdered a million people, you know, with a 12 gauge shotgun in World of Warcraft, does that change their opinion of him? No, he's still going to be considered one of the greatest actors. And he just answered her questions like, you know, as far as his professional or his personal, do you distinguish between those two? And he says yes. So he understands there's a difference between the personal relationship and the professional relationship. Professionally, he is top-notch actor, but the way that Amber portrayed him makes him look like a shitty human being. You know, it's just like was the little guy with the little funny mustache, was he a great leader? Absolutely. Was he a crappy human? Absolutely. Two different
Well,
things.
or it'd be like, OJ. He's still a good football player when he was playing football. Doesn't mean he may or may not be a crappy person for doing that thing he was accused of and found guilty of. Or not found guilty of, so I misspoke.
No, I mean, you know, you could say the same thing about a lot of, you know, people that are famous or well known. I mean, a former president that we've had, you know, was he a great president? Yes. Was he a crappy human being? Probably. I don't know. I didn't know him personally. Did it change people's opinion towards him personally? Yeah. But I mean, OJ also great in the Naked Gun movies. Absolutely. I mean, hell, he also did a commercial where he was vaulting over things to get someone their luggage. I think it was Samsonite or some crap like that. But yeah, about the same time that he uh, supposedly deleted his wife and her lover, I think it was, something like that. First thought is Mike is dirty.
The difference between what somebody does on screen and off screen.
There you go.
What is your opinion of what Mr. Depp was known for off screen when you started representing him in October 2016?
I think what he was known for off screen was a shroud of mystery of who he was, because he was not visible to the public.
Nice.
And that was back in October 2016.
Way to avoid the answer.
I don't have a specific date for that.
All right, but when you started representing him, that was your sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it's not.
Did that
It's,
change
pre-recorded.
over time?
Yes.
And in what way did it change?
It changed with the exposure of.
Frostfang, that is very. I'm sorry, that's very professional in his stance. because he's representing Johnny, and trust me, he does not want to be talking shit about his client. Johnny would drop him like a fucking heartbeat. You have to know that. And he has to know that. That's why he's being very evasive in his questions.
That came with the lawsuits.
And the lawsuits that we're talking about are the ones that we've already taken a look at. Exhibit 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, and 15. No, I mean 14.
I mean, I'm not talking about any one or two specifically, in general.
Do you believe that Mr. Depp is still a shroud of mystery, not visible to the public?
No.
And when did that change?
I don't know exactly when.
Would you say it was cumulative over the period of time as a result of all of the litigation and the publicity ensuing?
Probably. Agree with that.
Is there any one specific litigation that you believe most significantly impacted on Mr. Depp's personal reputation no longer being a shroud of mystery and not visible to the public?
My opinion is that Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on his off-screen reputation. I'm not talking about any one specific accusation.
When you say Amber's accusations, what do you mean by that?
I mean the things that she's accused Johnny of doing, both in...
Yeah, what's up, Pyramid 7?
Now, those accusations were made public in the divorce back in 2016, correct?
I don't know exactly how or when they were made public.
Given that you believe Amber's accusations would have had the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation, would Amber have been filing the divorce action and obtaining a domestic violence restraining order
20 minutes
have had
away.
a dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation?
I think the only way I can answer that is by saying I don't think filing for divorce would have any impact whatsoever. And I'm actually not familiar with the lawsuit to get the restraining order, so I don't know exactly what's in there. But if that was based on claims of or accusations of abuse, then that, in my opinion, would have a negative impact on Johnny's off-screen reputation.
Mr. Carino.
Well, if that's the case, Pyramid 7, just wanted to say hi, wish you all a Merry Christmas and all that stuff. Well, and here's the thing. Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, whatever celebratory portion of that you have in between, whether it's Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever it might be. Happy holidays to every damned one of you. We love y'all. We're just glad to have you here. So seriously, happy holidays. Spreading a little Christmas cheer. Jessica would be wearing hers, except her dog decided that it made a better chew toy than it did a hat. So that's why he destroyed it.
Yep. He said bah
yeah.
humbug and he ripped it.
Yeah. Bastard. But yeah, happy holidays to everybody. Seriously. This is the season where people should be like happy and joyful, and if you're not happy and joyful, then go hang out with some cool people like us. We'll make you happy. Oh yeah. Giggity.
We were talking about Amber's accusations and your view that those would have the most dramatic impact on Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation. And you were talking about her accusations of domestic abuse and violence, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware that the Dan Wooten article published in The Sun included specific accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
The Sun case, is that what you're asking about?
Yeah. Well,
Yes.
first the article itself that was in the paper, the why is J.K. Rowling genuinely happy about employing Mr. Depp, the wife beater?
Yes.
And you're aware that the litigation, the lawsuit, including the particulars of the claim brought by Mr. Depp, included the accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Given that the Mandel lawsuit included accusations by Amber Heard of domestic violence by Mr. Depp against her, Are you able to say how much of Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the Mandel lawsuit?
No.
Now, you were aware that the op-ed by Dan Wooten and Son included accusations by Amber of domestic violence against Mr. Depp, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware, one way or the other, how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the complaint that was filed in this case that contained Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted as a result of the op-ed in the Washington Post from Amber Heard?
No.
Are you aware of how much Mr. Depp's off-screen reputation was impacted by the accusations included in the Waldman tweet on May 2020 of the op-ed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Dan Wooten and Son?
No.
Are you aware of any role or, and when I'm saying opportunity, any kind of business opportunity that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the particulars of claim that Mr. Depp filed?
No.
Are you aware of any role or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost as a result of the op-ed by Amber Heard in the Washington Post? Are you aware of any roles
Objection.
or business opportunities that Mr. Depp lost
Another
as a result
objection.
of the Waldman tweets in May 2020 related to Amber's op-ed?
No.
Is there any other role or business opportunity that Mr. Depp has lost since you started representing him in October 2016?
All of them.
And I'm saying,
I would say his, I would say yes.
what?
The Pirates, the next Pirates movie.
Oof.
Do you remember which one that was?
6, 7, I'm not sure what the number is.
It's 6. I think Pirate 6 is the one that's yet to come out with. And
Oh.
why? What is your understanding of why Mr. Depp lost Pirate 6?
Jesus.
My opinion is that it was related to the accusations that Amber has made.
Oof.
And what is your opinion based on?
Excuse me?
What is your opinion based on?
13 years in this business? Oh.
You want to know my opinion?
Colleagues and studio execs.
Yes. I love it. Yes. Well,
Yeah.
iPhone is easiest thing
Notice.
for him. Though. Yes. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you.
Conversations with studios and other executives, both internal and external.
When you say related to the accusations that were made by Amber Heard against Mr. Depp, are you talking about accusations of domestic violence and abuse by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
How many conversations have you had with studio and other executives?
I have no idea.
More than 5, more than 10?
I don't know about more than 10, probably between 5 and 10.
Who do you recall speaking with at studios or other executives?
Jerry Bruckheimer, probably mostly Jerry, and then colleagues at CAA.
Do you imagine having that kind of being able to speak with someone like Jerry Bruckheimer on a regular basis? Like having that much influence in getting people hired. Like it wouldn't be uncommon for Jerry Bruckheimer to call him and say, "Hey, I'm looking for someone for X, Y, and Z, this particular part." And him being like, "I don't have anyone like that," or going, "I've got just the guy for you." Yeah, that's a little bit of pull right there.
Okay.
When did you first have any conversations with Jerry Bruckheimer?
Or he said it's his
about
opinion, doesn't need
Pirate
to
6
really.
and Mr. Depp?
I have no
No,
idea.
I don't know.
Recall whether it was in 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019?
I don't.
When did you have any conversations with colleagues at CAA?
It would have been whenever the decisions were being made about how to cast that movie. I don't honestly, I don't know what year that was.
Do you recall who you spoke with at CAA?
I spoke with Jack Wiggum. I spoke with Brian Lord.
What do you recall Jerry Bruckheimer telling you?
I don't recall the specific conversations, but the nature of it was that the studio was having difficulty employing him.
Oh, wonder why.
And did Mr. Bruckheimer tell you why the studio was having difficulty employing Mr. Depp?
No, not specifically, but it was understood.
Did you ask?
I didn't need to.
Why did you think you didn't need to?
Because I'm not an idiot
Because
like you.
Everyone was aware of what was garnering the attention of the studios and determining whether or not he could be employed.
There you
said
go.
Everyone was aware. How do you know that?
I don't know. I just knew.
Can you tell me who everyone is? Can you tell me who anyone is?
The
How
people
do
who
we
would have
know
been
that you're
involved
an
in making that
ignoramus,
decision.
Elaine?
Well, if I'm understanding you
Does
correctly.
anybody need to
please
tell us, or we just see it for
the
our own
only
two
person
eyes?
at Disney that you spoke with about pirates and employing Mr. Depp was Jerry Bruckheimer, correct?
Yes.
Right. And you spoke between 5 and 10 times with Mr. Bruckheimer, and he did not say in any of those conversations, the reason we're not employing Mr. Depp is because of Amber Heard's accusations of domestic violence and abuse.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Here's the thing. They know that if they say it, it becomes a liability. It's sort of like whenever I had long hair, I wouldn't get hired. Did they need to say why I wouldn't get hired?
No.
You show up, they look at you, and they just sort of go, I'm gonna, we're looking for someone with a little more of a clean cut look. And I mean, I could be clean shaven, show up, be presentable, but that long hair would be one of those things where they go, yeah, we're looking for someone more clean cut. They didn't have to say they weren't going to hire me because of the long hair. Or they would say things like, well, we're looking for someone with a little more of an ethnic background. Didn't have to say that they weren't going to hire me because of the color of my skin. They were looking for someone in particular. And I wasn't going to fit the bill. Whether it's their own prejudice, if they say it out loud, that leaves them open for liability. And so they would just say, yeah, we're not considering Johnny. That's all they need to say. We're not considering Johnny. A top-notch actor, you're not considering him. Tell me why. I think you know why. And they leave the conversation there. And that's fucking Elaine. She's an idiot. Sorry.
Correct?
That's good.
Mr. Carino, when we went off for the break, we were talking about your discussions with Jerry Bruckheimer and other executives at CAA respecting Mr. Depp not being employed further at Disney and likely not Pirates. And I think a question came up right before the break. And so I just want to make sure that I have clear. Did you talk with anyone other than Jerry Bruckheimer at Disney about Mr. Depp not being employed again at Disney or Pirates?
No.
Okay. And was I correct that you, in a certain understanding, you had somewhere between 5 and 10 conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer relating to this topic?
Probably less than that. I talk to Jerry regularly, but probably not that many on this topic.
Okay. And was there anyone else at Disney that you spoke with at any point about Johnny Depp being considered for Pirates or not being employable by Disney?
No.
Okay. And is that true to the present?
Yes.
Okay. And the other discussions that you had, those were all with executives at CAA?
Yes.
And that was Brian Lord and Jack Whittle, correct?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Amber knows how this shit works too.
You had indicated that you believe that everyone was aware.
So tell me, do you think anybody's come out and said, Amber, we're not going to hire Amber Heard because she falsely accused Johnny of physical abuse?
No.
Do you think they need to say anything?
No.
They just don't hire her.
They just say, like, if
we're not
she
what you're looking for.
asked, they're just gonna say you're not a right fit for us.
Yeah. It's an unspoken kind of thing.
That the impact of Amber's allegations were at the heart
I
of
mean,
this.
that's like the definition of
I just want to make sure
blackballing,
that we're
right?
clear since we were
Or
just talking
getting
about this before the
blackballed.
break. Jerry Bruckheimer,
No. The definition of being blackballed was it means that nobody will work with you at all. And if a studio steps out and decides to work with you, that they'll lose all funding. Like whenever somebody gets blackballed, it's much worse than this. This is just saying, yeah, we're not going to hire you. It doesn't mean that you won't get hired doing other stuff. You can still get hired doing other stuff. Being truly blackballed means that they're not going to do anything. Like if anybody hires you, like you'll have a whole crew walk off the set because people have that much power in Hollywood. You know, you think, oh, well, you know, you've got your blacklisted. No, I mean, blacklisted. That's that. I know what you're saying. What I'm talking about, it's one of those things where you're getting, blackball is like a Masonic thing. Sorry. Going off track. If you're blacklisted, it means that you're unhireable by anybody. Johnny could still be hired, but he wouldn't get the level of acting that he had before. Like he could take his own personal projects, things like that. Being blacklisted means that nobody will work with you whatsoever. If your name is on those credits anywhere, they will have actors unions come and just like, if you work with Johnny, you're not going to work on any other projects. I mean, that's sort of the shit that they did to Gina Carrera. And you remember whenever all that shit went down, whenever Disney shit canned her over a tweet that nobody would hire her at all. And if anybody tried to hire her, they made sure that, oh, well, you're not going to have a cameraman. You're not going to have your gaffs. You're not going to have lighting. You're not going to have any place to use as a studio. That's being blacklisted. Johnny wasn't at that level because he was high enough as an actor. If someone did that, it would be very noticeable. So, but it was pretty damn close. Like your major studios weren't going to hire him. So yeah, maybe blacklisted from his major studios. Maybe.
did not say specifically what it was that caused Disney to decide not to continue with Johnny Depp in Pirates 6 or in other matters, correct?
Correct.
Well, and I'm trying to reach that it was understood. I'm trying to discover any facts that would have led you to believe it was understood. And if I'm understanding, Mr. Bruckheimer didn't tell you that, correct?
Again, it was understood. So I don't recall whether either of us ever said anything specific about why, but it is something within the industry that is understood.
Can you tell me whether any other actors did not receive roles or were unemployable because of the Me Too movement allegations? Other than Mr. Depp, I mean.
Weinstein?
Not that I work with directly, no.
In any of your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer, did you ask him what Mr. Depp could do to become employable by Disney again, or to be able to get any part of any Pirates franchise going forward?
No.
Why not?
Because there, in cases like this, there is nothing anybody can do. It is the directive of the studio to, and they have the sole right to make the judgment whether they can continue to employ somebody or not.
And your understanding from your discussions with Mr. Bruckheimer is that Disney had made the judgment to decide that they could no longer employ Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes, but not solely based on conversations with Mr. Bruckheimer. It was cumulative with the internal and external conversations.
What did Mr. Lord say that led you to believe that? That Disney had made the decision, the judgment that they were not able to employ Mr. Depp?
Just that the decision had been made.
What did Mr. Whittam say about
The
Disney
same.
making the judgment of whether they would not be able to employ Mr. Depp?
Same thing.
Just that they made the decision.
Right.
Were you aware of any problems on the set with Mr. Depp during the filming of Pirates 5? Were you aware of Mr. Depp engaging in alcohol and drug use, being tardy, any of those issues during the filming of Pirates 5?
I'm aware of him being tardy, but he's been tardy on everything in his entire life.
Were you aware of whether that was troublesome to Disney during the filming of Pirates 5?
I think it's troublesome to everybody, but everyone has learned how to produce a film to deal with it.
Working around Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Do you know whether there was anyone on the set of Pirates 5 who wasn't willing to deal with it and was quite irritated about it?
No.
Were you aware?
If I were him, I would be like,
the
not
filming had to
just
be shut
Mr.
down?
Depp, like any celebrity who is constantly late. I'm sure there's a ton of them who are constantly late to the set.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean,
Elaine is like trying to call Johnny out, like trying to
say that he's
pinpoint him
difficult to
like a
work
fucking
with.
retard. Yeah.
Right. Right. And this is what he's Hal's pointing out right there. The first part of that is you get labeled as hard to work with. Yeah. And that's how she's trying to label him also is,
Mhm.
oh, he's hard to work with. From what I can understand, Johnny is very easy to work with. But yeah, he might be running late getting to certain appointments. And part of that
I
was
mean, I could say the same about her. She's hard to fucking work with.
Elaine or
Mhm.
or
Elaine.
yeah. Elaine's hard to work with. Amber Heard's hard to work with.
They're projecting typical women.
You're so evil. I
For a
love it.
period of time after Mr. Depp injured his finger.
Yes.
Were you aware of any disagreements between Mr. Depp and Disney, including Mr. Bailey and others who were on the project, about artistic differences? In other words, where Mr. Depp thought something should be this way or something should be that way, and they didn't agree.
Yes.
What is your understanding of that?
There was a difference of opinion on how the film was edited.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Depp thought it should be edited to?
I don't know how to describe the difference between the Disney edit and Johnny's preferred edit. I think Johnny told me about it, talked about it a little bit.
Do you know how well Pirates 5 did at the box office?
Not exactly.
Do you know whether it was more successful or less successful than earlier Pirates franchise movies?
I think it was slightly less than, I wasn't the
Yeah, from what I understand is Pirates of the Caribbean was the most successful out of all of them. And each subsequent movie was less successful. That's not uncommon.
I mean, yeah. I mean, the sequel's never as good as the original.
Well, and sometimes you'll have like the sequel is not as good. The third one is like we want to forget about, but then the fourth one comes back and is like awesome. Like damn, that was really good. Like the best of them all. And then, you go beyond that and it's just sort of like they decrease a little bit more. But that's, you're talking about a bunch of sequels following the story of one person. So it comes up a lot. Been tardy on everything his entire life. Yeah. Abomination says Johnny's been tardy for everything else. Barely even paid attention to 4. I can tell you that I watched the first one, the second one, maybe the third one, but I don't know beyond that I've really seen them. They're because they're sort of made for more for kids than they are for
Yeah.
adults. It's like they're more of a kids show that has some adult humor in it, but sort of low key. It's like under the radar kind of thing. It's not blatant. Kind of like might have sexual innuendos, but they're very like subtle. Like you'll notice it as an adult, but you won't notice it as a kid. It's.
I mean,
But
me
it's-
personally, I thought Dead Man's Chest was the best one out of all of them. But
I couldn't name them. I really couldn't name them. Like I said, I saw the first one, second one, maybe the third and the fourth. I don't know. Someone had to tell me what the pirates were talking about with Miss Swan. Miss Swan.
most successful installment of that franchise.
Do you know whether Mr. Depp has a pay or play clause that would pay him even if he was not in the subsequent pilot steps?
In 6?
Yes.
I don't think he does.
Have you or anyone at CAA on behalf of
MG, get in here. You have
Yeah,
a link.
MG. Yeah, come in, hang out. Derailed us. We'll play a game. How's that, MG? I'll pull it up. You can join in. You don't have to stress about anything. Actually, I think he has a show going on tonight.
No, it's scheduled for
No,
tomorrow.
he says I'm about to go to bed. No streaming tonight. It was a long day.
Oh.
Yeah, he
Sorry to
has
hear
his.
that.
But tomorrow will be fun. He has his Christmas.
So you don't have to stream. You
scheduled.
can just come by and flip us off and then exit. It's pretty easy. You just show up, you give us the double bird, and then you exit.
Why would you want that, Shizzy? I think that's
From
says something about
MG.
you.
That's awesome. Just have an MG showing up is a wonderful day. It makes my day.
with Disney.
See, even he agrees. That's funny. And I'm telling you, you could totally do it. You could show up wearing a captain mask, flip us off, and then no, and you could even put your name in there as that, and I would laugh my ass off for like forever. Of course, you'd be clipped, and we'd probably post it up there just to say we've been trolled by a half nut. All right, I'll stop. You did that to Megan Fox 2 weeks ago. I love it. There's nothing wrong with that. I mean, it's all fun. You have to understand it takes so much to really offend me. I mean, you have to do some really bad shit for me to be offended. That is definitely not in the quality of bad shit. Yes. Love it.
To find any roles for Mr. Depp since he filmed Pirates 5.
My efforts were probably primarily around Houdini, which at one point was a film, but
yeah,
other people at CA for sure did. Yes.
Who were they?
I would start with Jack Wiggum.
Oof.
We'll now play volume 2 of Mr. Carino's deposition, at which.
Okay, maybe time for afternoon.
Sure.
Why don't we just
So
close
they're
up?
taking an
Absolutely. All right,
afternoon
before we get to
break.
volume 2, let's go ahead.
I think we can finish this out tomorrow because looks like he's got more there. And then we got her the rest of the day. So yeah, and that'll end pretty early.
Yeah,
we can do that. We can finish out day 10 tomorrow and then work on a little bit on day 11. And then I won't see any of you until like the new year.
Oh, Shizzy, I'll see you, bro.
No, I will be disappearing like crazy.
You didn't get it. It was a stalker joke.
Oh, okay. Well, it's a good thing nobody stalks me. It'd be a bad idea to stalk me. You wouldn't find anything out. You'd be going through like my serious. You stalk me. It's just like, oh wow, he's got beer cans in his trash.
Oh, that wouldn't be nice.
Double birds and cut the camera.
Yep.
Totally.
Agreed.
I love it. So what do you want to do, Jess?
Yeah, we can pick it back up tomorrow.
Okay. Well, now I've got to I got to cancel my redirect because if MG isn't going to be there, then I have to.
I just set mine to send to Shagsworth, but there isn't really anybody on my side. There's only like 3 concurrent viewers right now.
Let's see who we got going on. Oh, look, got Michael Malloy is going on.
Ooh,
Melissa
Mr.
Jane's
Malloy.
going. There we go. I'll redirect everyone to Melissa Jane. That'll be easy. Happy
I'm
holiday.
sending mine over to Shagsworth. because he's cool. I like him.
There you go. You send him to Shagworth, I'll send him to Melissa Jane. Nobody's in your chat. Oh, well, that sucks. It is the holidays. And I think that everybody should be having a wonderful holiday. Cheers and peace to all you fine folks. We will see you on the flip side. We'll see you guys tomorrow, where we will probably be naked underneath all our clothes, and I guarantee you that you will never see it. Thank you.
I love a buttered biscuit.